Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Thursday. Uh, I had a slight kitchen accident this morning, so yes, I am late. uh, I didn't get hurt. It's mostly just, you know, disappointment and needing to clean up a slight mess. So yes, that slowed me down a bit. Because I maybe somewhat flooded the kitchen just a tiny bit. It's fine. It was water with also flour in it, but like hot boiling water. So, yeah, it's fine. Definitely didn't have stuff boil over on the stovetop. Uh, yeah, it's everything's fine. But as I said, I didn't get hurt or anything. But yeah, could have gone worse. So in a way, I did get lucky with that, even if I'm still, you know, annoyed by it happening in general. But yes, I was cooking a rather complex dish this morning, which, you know, already a bad idea. But yeah, then having it boil over. Whoopsies. So yeah. I feel like if I was a sim, I'd probably deserve to have a cooking skill point removed for this, but yeah, we're not playing Sims, so everything's fine. But yeah. Anyhow, hope you're all having a good day today. Hope you didn't have much of boiling water to clean off the kitchen counter. Um, because yeah, that sure is a bit stressful. Anyhow, the new poll is going. So, technically I didn't actually proofread it, so I hope I didn't make any mistakes in it. Because sometimes I end up putting the same game on the poll twice because I am really bad at proofreading lists. So, yes. Good morning. How are you doing? Hope you didn't have boiling water on your stove top today. Ah, yeah, because bad idea. Um, anyhow, the poll should work as usual. So, yeah, I hope I didn't have any duplicates this time. Yeah, it's a fairly short poll, so I think it's fine. Um, so, yeah. I made it, like, right before the stream after dealing with cleaning up the mess. So, I didn't spend a huge amount of time on it, to be honest. But it'll do. There's games on there, and all of those games should be available, which, you know, is kind of part of how all this works. So, yeah. Yeah, I was cooking a rather fancy dish, and, well, if you have a stovetop that you can accidentally set to maximum instead of turning it off, it causes issues sometimes. So, if any of you are buying a new stovetop anytime soon, helps to not have one that does that. So, yeah, accidentally turning it off is a lot more difficult than accidentally setting it to maximum. So, yeah. Yeah, I was done cooking a dish, and instead of turning off the, like, cooking field, I instead set it to maximum, and then it boiled over in, like, a couple of seconds. So, that. uh, but it's fine. Yes, it's water, but there was also some stuff in the water. So it was mostly water. But it's not like I was just making eggs, so there was like flour and like food residue and stuff in the water. So yeah. I can write out the dish I was making. I mean, technically I'll have issues spelling it because no umlauts on my English keyboard. But where's my on-screen keyboard? There it is. So because that way I can get all the fancy characters without needing to memorize them. There. This is what I was making. And right at the end of it, the water boiled over. So, yeah, it's like a type of dumpling that you make with, well, it's bread cubes. So, yeah. It's a very, very specific dish. How many languages can I speak? So, definitely two. I had French for many years, but my French skills are abysmal. So, I'd say French only counts as like half a language that I speak. Not saying that French is half a language, just I don't speak it very well at all. And also in the process of learning Dutch. So, yeah. Point being, languages, they're tricky, and if you don't practice, then you also forget how to do things, and, yeah. Takes a while to, like, dig up my French skills, what's left of them. Yes, it's, as I said, it's dumplings, but you make them with, bread. So, yeah. Dutch being closer to English than German? No, I'd say it's closer to German than English, to be honest. But it's kind of a mixture between German, English, and French. Which is not confusing at all, because, you know, you have words that mean one thing in one language and the complete opposite in the other language. So it's not necessarily making it easier at times. Because I do sometimes mix up the languages. So, yeah. Like sometimes I go, oh, was this a French word or was this a Dutch word or both? So, yeah, it doesn't always help. But it does mean that, like, at least when it comes to grammar, it's a bit easier, but, yeah, it does create some additional hurdles. So, as an example, the word for ocean and lake, those are switched around in Dutch. At least, well, the way that I specifically learned them in German was the exact opposite. So, yeah. It's a learning process. Like, in just general conversation, would I remember that? Probably not. So, eventually I'll have to figure out a way to memorize that properly. But not there yet. But I do technically know it, it's just that when, like, you've learned it one way and you have to relearn it the other way around, it just takes longer than learning a completely new thing. So, yeah, and there's also, the word for who is the German word for how. So, those being completely flipped, yeah. It's just very weird to be learning languages that are so similar to languages you already speak. So, yeah. So it makes things easier in some areas, at least when it comes to understanding it. But, yeah. Learning how to use the language properly, that can still be a bit difficult, even if you speak a similar language already. Anyhow, let's just start up the game. Today has been chaotic enough already. So, let's load. There, it actually worked. Nice. And inventory, or, well, just having the game be paused. And I'll go back to my notes from last time. So, there. Alright, so, well, we're currently playing as, I believe her name was Nancy Maple? Not Laura Bow, even if they look very similar. And we've got 8 people currently in this former, but kind of also current inn. And the reason everyone's there is because a diamond was found in the area, and everyone's very curious about it. And so the main character, she's a geologist, so she's here to figure out if there's more diamonds in the area, or if that diamond was just transported there some other way. There's also a lady who's a bird watcher who just happens to be there. But, yeah, the owner of this inn, he, well, owns the land that everyone's so interested in, and his sister's also there, trying to possibly, at least take partial ownership of the area. So, well, his sister and her lawyer, they're both there. And we've also got another geologist. And then there's the owner's girlfriend, I think. I don't think they're married yet. And we've also got the, well, kind of butler. He just does everything, basically. So yeah, those are all the people. Yeah, and there's also a friend who's not here at the moment, whose name is Nathan Cardinal. So he's not really staying here. Not sure if he is going to be back again, because he was only there for like a couple of hours the previous day. So, anyhow, the owner of the inn wants everyone gone, but there's only one train line leading here, and someone blew up the bridge. So, kind of stuck here, and need to figure out what's going on with that. So, and the last conversation that she overheard, so, well, there was the conversation between Albert, who is the other geologist, and Jack, who is the one and only staff member of this inn. So Albert is missing his field kit because it disappeared when he left it outside, and he thinks that wait, who was Evan again? Right, so Evan Richards, that's the owner of the inn. So, Albert thinks that either the owner of the inn or his employee, Jack, are responsible for taking the field kit. So, yes. And Jack is also saying that the car that they use to get to and from the train station is currently broken, and because of that, Albert can't get to the place where he can send a telegram to get a new field kit. So, that's what's going on. But yeah, that's the most recent conversation. And before that... Oh, and there was also a guy named, I think, Carl, who apparently got a telegram, but we don't know what that said. We don't know who Carl is. So I guess I'll have to keep asking people about Carl. And, yeah, about the bridge being blown up. There was a very short telegram, um, which appears to, well, the words that I know of that telegram, because I think part of it was burned in the fireplace. Anyway, the words that I know about: bridge, bomb, sabotage, await. So, don't really know. Alright, so, we have looked around a bunch. So, I don't think I've asked him about Carl yet. Ask about Carl? Who? Don't know anyone named Carl. Friend of yours? No, not a friend of mine. So quiet. So, oh, and there's also a possible relationship going on between the butler and Evan's girlfriend. So, yeah. Not sure how that's gonna play out. Like in Colonel's bequest, there was like the I think once again Butler was well, in he was having an affair with the maid who was kind of also in a relationship with the owner as well. So, yeah, it's somewhat similar, but not quite. I don't know what game engine. So, yeah, I haven't really researched the development of the game too much. So, let's look in here. What's that painting up there? Look at picture. Cherry framed poster of a woman riding a horse hangs over the fireplace. Lovely. I wonder what that thing on the fireplace is. Look at fireplace. The fieldstone fireplace looks like it would come in handy on chilly nights. There's a vase and a picture frame on the mantle. There's some powdery soot accumulating in the fireplace. Can I take the soot? You take some of the soot. Yes. So if I need to get like fingerprints or something, might be able to use that for it. Look at picture frame. Frame is empty. Weird. Can I open picture frame? No. Can I snoop in their nightstands? And look in nightstand. A roll of white tape. Well, that's my tape now. You take the adhesive plaster out of the nightstand drawer. Okay, close drawer. Yes, yes, I know that technically there are shortcuts for opening and closing doors, but yeah. Look in drawer. There. You open the nightstand, empty. There. So, I got tape and soot. So, I guess we could just look through the items. Fine black powder. A roll of zinc oxide adhesive tape. Well, I didn't spill anything on purpose. So that's the glacial sample. Took it for granite, and indeed it is. Well done. Okay. First glance, it's clear the cliff sample is igneous? Igneous? Igneous rock. Igneous rock. This is consistent with what you'd expect for an area known for garnets. Cliff sample boasts a variety of fine specimens. It's pocked with red and white stones. My, I can see why this area was so good for garnet mining. Yeah, so, but the garnet mines are closed for whatever reason. And I have a box of flypaper with a drawing of an unsettlingly large fly on the front. There's a very small label on the side of the cover. Box feels a bit light. Okay. Label sports a skull and crossbones. You can read danger, contains arsenic, do not eat. Sounds like they should maybe put that wording label on there a bit bigger. To where you don't have to use a magnifying glass to read that. Just me. Rock salt, unremarkable. Then we've got, right, the whistle thingy to make a very convincing duck call sound. But yeah, I still need the third rock sample. I've just got 2. Hello. I'm doing alright. How about you? So that was the door out onto the balcony. Also, side note about the fly. I mentioned it sometime last year. So I had the experience of finding out about there being a mind control fungus that goes after flies. And I figured that out by finding a fly that had been taken over by that fungus. And there's a new fly that's seemingly in the same exact position. So, and it's just sitting outside the window and has been sitting there for days. So, yeah, it's no longer alive. So, yeah, the fungus is back. Oh, goody. Yes, I think it's a cordyceps fungus. But yeah, it's great. Glad the fungus spores survived the winter just fine. Yeah. So, let's open this door. Maybe I can look at the car? It's a Rio touring car. You've spent more hours than you'd like in that automobile. You get sore just looking at it. Well, can't see anything that's wrong with it from the outside, but I guess she's not an expert on that specific car other than it being uncomfortable. There. Same that Kathy Rain was made with? I'm not familiar. REO? Well, I'm not a car person. So I have never heard of that brand, but I'll just take your word for it. Keep trying to use WASD to walk. Because I'm still looking for one more rock sample and probably gonna be hidden somewhere. Guess I can look around in the different areas. Cobblestone path. Yeah, doesn't say anything about a rock. Look at chair. Look at bench. There's a low area of softened earth on the front bench. Looks like it gets muddier on that. Isn't this a bench? Sit down. Sit down. You gingerly step around the soft patch of earth in front of the bench before taking a seat, not wanting to soil your shoes. Ouch. I think I just got a splinter. You stand up. This is not a comfortable place to sit. Big earth? Not a suitable place to obtain a river sample. Fine. Am I supposed to just take some of the soil from the river? Maybe. So, look at earth. Grass here is lush, except for where the ground gives way to the roaring waterfall. Better watch my step. Yes. Look at earth over here. Riverbanks are prime locations for mineralogical samples. All sorts of minerals and precious metals can be found in rivers. Wouldn't it be something for there to be a crimson diamond rush? I suppose that would change things around here quite a bit. So, dig earth. Dig up a lump of dirt out of the riverbank. You're surprised at how deep you have to dig before you find minerals of any kind. You take advantage of the handy-dandy river and wash the dirt away from your sample. Wonderful. Looks like I've obtained a good sample from the riverbank. Nearly finished my work for the day. I really ought to rub the samples on my streak plate. Okay, so that was the last sample I needed to get. Nice. Visual inspection of the river sample helps you separate the rocks from the possible minerals. Rocks are a combination of more than one mineral, so it's easy for me to remove those from this sample by visual inspection. Also remove the red stones from the sample, as those are clearly garnets and not the subject of this fieldwork. There. Now I can analyze the sample using other methods. Lovely. So, a diamond was found close by, and she's currently trying to figure out if there's more diamonds in the area. So, if there's like a diamond vein, like if this area just has a bunch of diamonds underground. That's what we're trying to figure out. And yeah. So she's a geologist collecting samples to then analyze them and possibly learn more about what's going on. Yes, mineralogist. Geologist. You get what I mean. She's the kind of person to go in and like look at the area and see if the one diamond was just a fluke or not. So, let's... River sample now contains possible mineral specimens only. Yes, exactly. So she works at a museum, and she was sent on a field trip, basically, to survey this area. And there's also another guy who was sent by a different museum to do basically the same thing, but he seems to be a lot worse at his job. So, yeah, we'll see how that's gonna go. And that guy just lost his tools because he left them outside, and they just disappeared. And it wasn't me. I was trying to steal them, but I couldn't. So, yeah. Anyhow. River sample, glacial sample, cliff sample. So use sample on plate. Streak samples? I'll have to be more specific about which sample. Streak, not stream. Streak, river sample. No. Streak river sample? Weird. I thought it was called a streak plate. Maybe it's minerals, yeah. Yeah, streak plate. So, rub samples on the plate. Okay, so rub river sample on plate. There. Before I rub the river sample on the plate, I should examine it with the loupe first. Nearly finished my work for the day. Yes. Fine, so taking a closer look first. Closely examining the river sample with the loupe, you can see some of the specimens have tiny arching scratches and a pitted frosted surface. Some of this is river glass, so I can eliminate those specimens from the sample. River glass and sea glass are bits of glass that have been tumbled with the water and stones for years. It can sometimes look like minerals. There. I'll also take a look at the other ones. Closely examining the glacial sample with the loupe, you can definitely conclude it is granite. The sample has a phonetic? I have absolutely no clue. It has a texture, which means the crystals that make up this boulder can be seen by the naked eye. Ah, okay, so it just has a very rough texture. Anyway, particular specimen is composed mostly of quartz and some... I do know the word, I've never ever heard it said in English. Feldspar. So, there. Anyway. It contains things, which is typical. And close inspection, you can see the cleft sample is coarse-grained, leading you to conclude it is an intrusive igneous rock. Diamond is an intrusive igneous rock, meaning they form below the Earth's surface and they had time to form into large crystals. Possible the area could be geologically suitable for diamonds. Okay. And now, rub river sample on plate. There. Rub the specimens from the river sample on the streak plate. One of the specimens produces a white streak. Streak plate probably has a hardness of about 6.5, so this specimen is softer than that. Since diamonds have a hardness of 10, I can conclude this part of the specimen is not a diamond. The remaining specimens from the river sample don't make any streaks on the streak plate. The specimen doesn't make a streak. This is sometimes called a colorless streak. Streak plate has a hardness of 6.5 to 7. That means the other ones are harder than that. Yes, I figured. Garnets have a hardness of up to 7.5. Diamonds have a hardness of 10. You already said that. So they won't make a streak. Yes, it really is. But she keeps repeating herself quite a lot. I wonder if Albert will let me borrow one of his most hardness picks so I can test the remaining bits of my river specimen. Well, he lost his field kit, so, well, wonderful. I'm satisfied with my field work and analysis for today. It's getting late. I'm pleased with my work today. Stomach grumbles, it's dinner time. Proceed to the dining room when you're ready to eat. So, how about the cliff sample? On plate. Specimens are embedded into the sample. It's too awkward to rub against the straight plate. Fine. It's okay. Still have a nice sample and a good piece of fieldwork. And the granite. You rub the sample from the glacial erratic onto the straight plate. No streak is produced. Sample is granite, which has a hardness of 6, so I'm surprised it didn't make a streak on the plate. Oh, I'm not surprised. It didn't make a streak. There. Hey, there. So, the other ones weren't really necessarily for, well, using the straight plate. Well, that's fine. So, I guess probably a good time to save. And let's open the door. Okay. Nothing unexpected yet. Wow, I've certainly worked up an appetite. Jack has prepared a delicious dinner of... Wait, dinner already? Of salted pork and buttered parsnips. Margot hasn't come down for dinner. Evan says she's not feeling well. Excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. So, Albert, I hear your field kit has gone missing. Too bad. Yeah. Pronouncing things. My area of expertise. I could just call it my very peculiar accent. Where sometimes letters that are supposed to be silent aren't silent. Anyway. Albert narrows his eyes. Mr. Richards, you must realize this is merely a delay, nothing more. I see. Don't know. Well, see, I don't know about that. There's a war on. Canada might have bigger fish to fry soon enough. I have a feeling this could get forgotten about. Well, I won't have my possessions stolen. Surely the lodge has a way to secure valuables? Yeah, sure. There are 2 trunks in the upstairs closet. Jack's got keys. I've only got a key for the blue trunk. You can lock your stuff in there. That'll have to do. If something goes missing, there will be no mistaking who's to blame. Well, the thing is, he also has trunks that lock in his room. So, could have just put his stuff in there. No, it wasn't me. I tried, but I couldn't. So, not for lack of trying. But, yeah. The field kit was there when I left the area. I came back and it was gone. So, it wasn't me. What about the automobile? Has it been fixed yet? Jack and I have looked at the automobile. I don't have the part with me. I'll bring it next time I visit. Suppose that'll have to do. I don't care one way or another. Everyone seems to be eager to escape the dinner table. Phew, these dinners are pretty tense. I follow Jack into the kitchen and help him with the dishes. Gee, thanks, miss. Can you do me another favour? Take this bowl of broth up to Margot. She's still not feeling well. She's in her boudoir. She says being surrounded by beautiful things makes her feel better. Sure thing, Jack. Okay, wait. Do I already have the bowl? Yeah, bowl. Maybe I already have it. Yes. Steaming bowl of wholesome broth. Steam from the broth fogs up your loop. You can't examine it more closely. Okay. Let's see, can I... There! I managed to use the shortcut thingy once. I do like the game. Like the... Wait, I skipped over whatever she said there. What? Where's the autosave? It said there was an autosave. There. Let's do that again. Keep on skipping over, like, her observations when walking into a room. There. Voices in this doorway. Okay, let's close the door first. Yes, I used a shortcut. Okay. Time to take some more notes. So that room is the conservatory. After dinner. Okay, and we've got... that's Nathan and Kimmy. It's a myth that cormorants, I know what they're... Well, I know what they look like now, and I do know how to pronounce the word now, I think. Cormorants. Anyway, it's a myth that cormorants hunt fish that are prized by fishermen. Unfortunately, the birds have been subject to many attempted exterminations. This colony suffered when Crimson was a garnet mining town, but it's recovered since. The nesting colony on the cliffs to the southwest of the lodge is the only intact example for many kilometers. I guess Canada uses the metric system? I never really thought about that, so... Makes sense, I guess. Anyhow. I'm so relieved to hear that the colony survived. Nature is so resilient. It is, to a point. Should the government return and claim this land for its so-called precious stones, the entire nesting colony will be at risk. This cannot be allowed to happen. Oh dear. Nathan and Kimmy continue to chat about the cormorants and other birds. Find yourself starting to nod off. Managing to fall asleep while standing up is quite impressive. So, I'll note down that Nathan is worried about the cormorants. Being wiped out if the area becomes a diamond mining town. Anyway. Not a very boring conversation. Anyone else left in here? Nope. Completely empty. Guess I can look around the other rooms as well. So, just him in here. And open that door. He's in here for whatever reason. Ask about field kit. What? Ask about birds. Flocks of cormorants in these parts. They like the fish in the lake. So do I. Ask about Margot. She's my gal. Ask about... Yeah, I get that there's a lot of shortcuts. I'm just really bad at remembering those things. So, by the time I've remembered what the shortcut is, I've probably already typed out the full word. So, it doesn't really save me time. What else do I want to ask about? Car? It's a pretty fine automobile, isn't it? Got that shipped on a cargo car up from Michigan. A cargo car? Oh, I guess a train car. Ask about bridge. Spelling is a skill. Bridge was falling apart and barely used. I doubt they'll bother to repair it. Suits me just fine. How are they supposed to get back there? Ask that. Wait, does he blow up the bridge? I mean, it would be pretty funny if that was in there as an Easter egg. But a talking mounted moose head sounds kind of creepy. So. Anyway. So it could be that Albert is responsible for stealing the field kit, but why would he have blown up the railway? Because he did that before stealing the field kit. If it was him. So, It kind of means that people are trapped here, which kind of the opposite of what he wanted. So, stealing the field kit, that makes sense for him to do that. But blowing up the bridge? But he doesn't seem upset about it. So, we'll see. Maybe he should have blown it up earlier so people couldn't have traveled there in the first place. So, maybe he was planning on doing it earlier. Well, maybe something went wrong with that. Anyway. What else can I ask about? The train? No. Ask about, Albert? Him? Don't think much of him. Was sent by the government, so I can't kick him out. Ask about Nathan again. There were differences, but he's a good man. Our families have helped each other a lot over the years. Yeah, I don't know if the comments on the other people in the house are changing much. Ask about Kimmy. Yeah, okay, so I think it is changing what he's saying about the others. So she's quiet and stays out of the way. She's the opposite of my big sister. Ask about... Nessa? Can't pick your family, you know? Ask about Corvus, who's the lawyer. Snobby, not surprised Nessa likes him. And says the lodge is stuffy, so he sits out on the bench outside of the study for fresh air. I find him stuffy, huh? I guess I can note down that he apparently likes to sit there. And there was the note about Albert spending a lot of time in the bar. And Evan tends to be in a study. Okay. And Corvus likes to sit on red bench outside. Okay. Now that we've settled that, close this door. And ask about Carl. Afraid I don't know anyone named Carl. Don't know anyone. We don't get many visitors around here. Ask about cormorants. Did I spell it right? The nesting colony of cormorants was a sight to see. Suppose being stuck here has its benefits. It really does, you know. They don't prey on the same fish that fishermen seek. That is a misconception. Okay. I mean, I heard that apparently, some cormorants were used by fishermen to catch fish. Just in a maybe slightly questionable way. But, yeah. They're opening and closing doors a bit faster now. But I'll forget about the shortcut again. There. And open door. Don't think anything changed in here. Did I look in the bucket yet? Bucket is empty. Can I get the bucket? Bucket might be used in conjunction with the mop. You require neither. I'm not sure if it does. Yes. Yes, it does. Close door. And open this door. Yeah, no changes in here. And last two. No, I don't see any changes. And what about this side? Looks the same. Unless maybe some of the shoes or coats changed. But didn't really keep track of those. So let's check the balcony. Just in case. No, nothing there. And nothing there. Good. Is that an owl? Definitely heard something. Oops. Fine, it closes itself. Nobody in here. I think this was the bathroom as well. Yep. What about in here? Still looks the same. So Jack said he only had a key to the blue trunk, not the green one. Okay. Nessa's in here. Let's ask about the will. I'm the elder child. By rights, this place should belong to me. Wouldn't it be that they should split the ownership then? Because, like, two people can be owners at the same time. And otherwise you can sell it and then split the profits. Anyway. By rights, according to her, this should be her place. I'll find our father's will, no matter how hard Evan tries to get in my way. That's none of your business. Ask about Kimmy. Don't like that one. Too quiet. Ask about Corvus. He's a brilliant lawyer. Still don't know Jack, Kimmy, and Margot's surnames. So. Ask about Jack. He serves his purpose. Ask about Margot. I've had quite enough of her. Albert. A brilliant fellow, highly knowledgeable, so sophisticated. Yeah, I think it might have told us at the start, but I didn't note it down then, so, yeah. Ask about Nathan. Don't care for him. Ask about Carl. Who's that? Hey, no one I know. Was wondering if you did. I don't. Ask about Evan. Seems completely uninterested in what's going on. Diamonds would actually make this land worth something. Ask about the inn. Don't care at all. Ask about... the bridge. Very notion I'd have to stay here one moment more than necessary. What else could I ask about? Can I ask her about herself? I used to live here, you know, when I was a girl. Left as soon as I was able and told my parents I wanted nothing to do with this place. So, of course, circumstances have changed. So here I am. Okay, so I can't ask them to tell me about themselves. And ask about Nancy. Okay. Well, I'll just go off and cry then. What was in here? Locked. And this door. Okay, he's doing something. Look at Corvus. He's at the desk, busily writing. Well done. Okay. Look at desk. Look at document. Look at paper. Corvus is busily working at the writing desk. He has some papers in front of him. Miss Maple, do you mind? My work is none of your affair. Albert got the only room with a lock. More's the pity. So I can't read what he's writing. I guess I'll note down that he was writing something. Right. Why is this door open? Did I leave it open? I don't think I did. Okay. Anyone else? Nope. Just her. Ask about herself. Oh, I've been better. I seem to have gotten the flu that I can't... a flu that I can't shake. Hope no one else catches it. Give soup. Ask about Jack. Jack is a very good man. He works so hard every day, but there's so much to do. I've ought to hire another man to help Jack. There's no money for that. Ask about... Evan. May appear gruff, but he's so sweet and gentle-hearted. Ask about flu. Ask about health. Wish I knew. Looks kind of like she has two heads because of the mirror. Anyway, give soup to Margot. Yeah. Jack made some broth for you. He's so wonderful. Please set it down on the table. Note has been added to your notebook. Okay, where was my notebook? I think it's there. Where was it? Yep, gave the broth. Didn't note down anything about the document that Corvus was writing, so I guess I'll note that down. That he was writing a document after dinner on day 2. Okay. So, anything else I need to ask about? Albert? Seems very professional. Nessa? A sour old woman. Margot is Evan Richards' paramour. She's more glamorous than you'd expect to see in these parts. She has shining, flaxen hair, fair skin, and full lips. She's fashionably attired in a pink damask and ivory lace dress. She seems sweet, but you've met charmers like her before. She's reclining on a plush chaise longue, and she looks a bit listless. Oh. What's going on here? Hello, Nessa. Sniff. Hear voices. Okay. Listen at door. Listen with glass. There. Nessa, what do you want? Jack asked me to bring this water up to you. And I thought we could have a little chat besides. I knew there was a catch. I know how hard it is for us women to make it in the world. Is that so? Indeed, especially for women who have lived particularly roughly. Such as yourself. What do you mean? I have a very good memory for faces, and there's no mistaking one as pretty as yours. The bad bit of business up in Skagway. The Mounties never caught you, though. They did try. They never caught you, though they did try. Got the emphasis right on the second try, at least. So, that is now... two of them talking in the boudoir. And it's Nessa and Margot. Nessa accuses Margot of having a rough past. So, and she mentions Skagway. I think that's a location. So, there were wanted posters pasted up as far south as the Niagara Falls. Break it off with Evan, leave Crimson, and maybe I won't tell. The things I've seen, things I've done, you don't frighten me, you old hag. You'll get nothing, do you hear me? I'll make sure of it. Skagway was lawless because people looked the other way, but up here, there's no one to see what could happen. Is she threatening Nessa? Going, oh, the other area, that was lawless. But anything could happen here. Watch out! Yes, she is. She is threatening her. Well. Great. Okay. Margot threatens Nessa. I figured as much. Silly little gold digger, you watch out. Nessa threatens Margot back. Neat. This is going great. What happened to the broth? Look at bowl. The bowl of broth has spilled. Thankfully, it hasn't dripped on the luxurious carpet. Ask about broth. Clumsy me, I've accidentally knocked it over. Sure. Yes. Bit of a theme today. No, don't worry. I would prefer this refreshing water. Look at water. Spotless and shiny. Examine glass. Please leave my water alone. Well, you have it your way then. Examine broth. Bowl doesn't require closer examination to conclude it has spilled and its contents are pooling on the side table. Examine Margot? Would benefit from closer examination. Just coming up with a giant magnifying glass. As you do. Look at Margot. Same as before. Ask about Nessa. She needs to leave. She's not welcome here. Ask about next. Ask about herself. Better. Ask about Skagway. Narrows her eyes and hesitates before she speaks. I may have not been entirely honest about Skagway in the past, but it is a dangerous place, take my word for it. I will not speak of it anymore. Okay. Well, this seems like a hiding spot. It's very subtle. Close door. If I can manage to spell the word door. No change here. Okay. And what's going on in here? Nothing. Is he still writing? Yep. Guess I can try and talk to Nessa some more. There she is. Ask about Margot. An unsavory character of ill repute. Nice girls like you should stay away from her. Why do you say that? I prefer not to say. It's not a subject for polite conversation. Ask about Skagway. A seedy little town in Alaska full of criminals and hustlers. After the gold rush ended, it was mostly deserted. Good riddance. Although, all those undesirables must have ended up somewhere. I mean, it makes sense that there would have been a lot of people trying to take advantage of the gold rush in other ways. Like, the whole thing about, like, the person who's gonna be richest during a gold rush is the person selling the shovels. That whole thing. So, yeah. So, what else do I ask about? The broth? Don't care. It's about the bowl. Water. Ask about Jack. Weird. I still wonder what happened to the bowl. I guess I'll note down that the bowl of broth was spilled, like, during that conversation they were having earlier. Because, like, I had only just left the room. So, it does seem like, there was something going on where at some point somebody knocked over the broth. Possibly on purpose, possibly an accident. I don't know. Okay. So, where do we go next? I think Kimmy is still downstairs. Anyone who we haven't talked to? I guess Albert, because he's behind a locked door. I wonder if I can ask them about their name. I haven't really tried that. Ask about name? No. So for now, it'll just stay a mystery what their full names are. So... Can I knock? Knock lightly on Albert's door. That didn't sound like a light knock. Leave me alone, whoever it is. I'm busy. There. That's her full name. Lovely. Kimmy Kashiro. A petite Asian lady in her late 30s. She's ruggedly dressed in knickerbockers and sensible shoes. She seems shy and doesn't reveal much about herself. During the train ride, you manage to glean that her family emigrated from Japan in the 1870s. She's in deep conversation about birds with Nathan. Okay. Look at Jack. Washing dishes. Ask about Jack. I'm a simple man, not much to say. Ask about Margot again. She's a real homebody. This time of night she's usually in her boudoir or the bathroom. She likes a warm bath now and again. Ask about Nessa? Nessa's got a jewelry box in her room. I dust around it. She's pretty protective. Okay. I'll note down that she's protective. About her jewelry box. Okay. Yeah, so the one or two names. The two names that I'm missing are Jack and Margot. So, Rickrolled, I guess. Guess I can try that. Yep, seems correct. I guess Margot doesn't have a last name. What if I ask about Richards? He's my boss. Well, I guess Nessa's name... Yeah, right, Nessa Crab. So... yeah, it looks very much like mostly Sierra games, but yeah, also Maniac Mansion. But if you look at the game Colonel's Bequest, which is the first Laura Bow game, it's pretty much exactly this. But this is a new storyline, so... And a different character, technically. Ask about... What was the place called? Skagway. My pa would talk and talk about Skagway and Klondike. About the gold rush there. He'd wish he'd picked gold instead of garnets sometimes. Guess my life would have been real different if he'd gone even further north. Then again, Crimson never got as rowdy as Skagway. Huh. Well, I've played a lot of point and clicks already. This is technically more of a text passer game than a point and click, because you can't really do much pointing other than walking. And in the inventory you can also do pointing and clicking. But mostly it's typing for doing specific interactions. But yes. Yeah, I've played basically all the big Sierra games. Simon the Sorcerer, most of the LucasArts point-and-click games. I'm not sure if I'm missing any of those. Let's see, what else? Willy Beamish. Zack McCracken, that was another LucasArts one, I think. So, yeah, I've played a bunch of these games. It's just that you, finish those games and... like, you can keep on playing the same game over and over again, but the puzzles are obviously not going to be the same experience if you do the same exact puzzle again. So, yeah. I quite enjoyed Loom. So, that's one of my favorites. So, yeah. And in terms of more modern point-and-click games, if you haven't played Thimbleweed Park, you should probably look into that one. It's not super modern anymore, but it's a fun game. Anyhow, anything else I wanted to ask him? Maybe not. Storm. Yes, I think it might have been from 2017. Either way, it's already getting up there in age when it comes to modern games. I mean, that game is now turning 8 this year, so it's not the most recent game anymore. And around that type of time after it being released, usually on Twitch, there's nobody streaming it anymore. Well, I'd say for consoles, it's different, but once a game turns to around that age, like maybe at 5 years, it's still gonna be more relevant, but I think once it passes 5 years, it's usually quite abandoned. With exceptions, of course. But now with the retro community, there's like another time span where games become popular again. Which is, uh, well, at least 20 years after release for most of them. But it's kind of fun how that works. But there is definitely still a gap in between where nobody seems to be playing those games at the moment. So, any changes around here? Nope, still nothing. I'm pretty sure I'm still supposed to do something before the day ends. Just not sure what. Can't go outside in the dark. Fine. Hmm. Assume there's no changes here. But better to check. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any changes. I don't currently have any tasks. Look at trunk. Or maybe I'm supposed to ask Jack for the key. So he was in the kitchen. Ask about trunk. No. Ask about trunk. Oops. I clicked it away. Don't have much to say about that. Ask about key. What do you want to know? I mean, I guess she's probably, Nessa is probably still in her room. So I can't look at the jewelry box just yet. And he's still writing. Whoops. Didn't mean to close it from this side. So, what was I supposed to ask him about? Ask about Fix? No. Talk to Albert. Oh, he's behind that door. Look at painting. Masterful oil paintings framed and hung at the end of the upstairs hallway. Plaque reads, L. Harris. Look behind painting. Probably still no changes in here. Nope. The other side. What am I missing? Guess I can check the notes again. Oh, you give bowl to Jack. Okay, so I'm supposed to bring the bowl back again. Alright. I feel like that wasn't really established. Get bowl. Clean up the spill and decide to take the empty bowl downstairs for Jack to wash. Thanks, you are so helpful. Don't have much of an appetite right now anyway. Water is enough for me. Okay. And close this door. And back downstairs. And I guess give bowl to Jack. Hand the empty bowl back to Jack. Thanks, I really appreciate the help. Tell you what, I'll brew you a cup of tea and bring it to you in the conservatory. Gee, thanks. You head into the conservatory. Nathan and Kimmy are still talking about birds. You had no idea anyone could be so keen about a topic. Jack brings you a piping hot cup of chamomile tea from flowers he grew himself. Oh, that's fancy. Combination of warm tea and the comfy couch and the slightly boring conversation lulls you to sleep. You happily doze on the couch until you're awoken by a commotion upstairs. Head towards the source of the noise and find yourself in Nessa's bedroom. You rush into the room to find Nessa and Evan standing nearly nose to nose in a heated conversation. Well. Yeah, like, she was repeating herself so much when talking about rocks. Like, oh, the hardness of this and the hardness of that. But you just said that in the previous sentence. Anyway, we are in... let's guest room number 3. And that's after the nap. And we've got Evan and Nessa. Okay. Oh dear. Oh, hi Nancy. Someone stole my ruby brooch. I demand you recover my brooch and bring the perpetrator to justice. Okay, so... Nessa's ruby brooch is missing. I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be found with Margot because someone might have hidden it when bringing in the water. Anyway. So... There's so many suspicious people milling about. I mean, besides you. Nathan, for one. It's obvious he's hanging around just waiting for you to die. So that he can finally get his hands on all of this. And there's Margot. Enough. Where Evan is at his limit. His eyes flash with anger momentarily, but it fades just as quickly. So, brooch is missing. She accuses Nathan and Margot. Okay. Grimaces, shrugs, and looks away. Got my hands full as it is. The curio's smashed too. A bunch of stuff's gone. Okay. So... Evan says the curio cabinet was smashed. And items are missing. What? Some of that's mine! Someone's robbing me blind, how dare you! You probably misplaced your brooch. As for the curio, bet you smashed it for yourself. Because I told you I'd lost the curio key and it was locked up tight. I know you're here to get what you think you're owed, any way you can. So don't expect any of my help. Okay. So, Evan accuses Nessa. Sputter. I'm done with this. Keep your voice down, why don't you? Margot's resting. Gonna go check on her. Don't get me involved. Should take a closer look at the jewellery box. And I should examine the curio cabinet in the room I'm sharing with Kimmy. I remember reading a mystery novel where fingerprints helped solve a crime. Game is saved. Chapter 3, Investigations. Notice been added. So, let's save again. And look at jewelry box. The box is definitely empty. You wonder who could have done this. Examine box. Examine box. There. Smooth wood looks unharmed. The box probably wasn't forced open. I think I see some oily smudges on the jewellery box. The soot I've obtained is pretty powdery. Could help me reveal fingerprints. Sticky white tape should be useful for lifting fingerprints. Okay, let's look at the notebook. Am I supposed to get a paintbrush as well? Find a suitable container for a powder. Okay. Well, I already have the powder in my pocket, so... apply powder to box? Powder compact. Oh, there was a compact on... the dresser in Margot's room? Okay. Listen. Hear Evan's voice. Is he talking to himself? Find it wholesome to be alone the greater part of the time. To be in company, even with the best, is so wearisome and dissipating. I love to be alone. Ah, he's reading to her. You say that, but you don't mean it. You know I'm just reading, darling. Skip to my favourite part. The French-Canadian woodchopper. You got it. Do the accent too. Whatever the lady likes. Oh, Nancy, come in and sit and listen. My Evan's such a good reader. You're a sweet talker, you. You can if you want, Nancy. I'm reading it anyway. Thanks. Maybe another time. Okay. I'll just... get compact. Yoink. Reasoning, you could return the powder, should Margot need it again, you take the powder from the vanity. This tin is perfect for the soot I've obtained. Yes, so, I'll just take the thing that contains makeup, pour out the makeup, and put in the soot from the fireplace. And if she wants it back, I can just return it to her. Still with the soot in there? Or is she gonna clean it and... Cause... Anyway. Should fill it with soot before I try dusting for fingerprints. Fill compact with soot. Carefully pour the fine black soot into the powder compact. This could come in handy. I'm all set to ask people for their fingerprints, and to reveal fingerprints on smooth surfaces, and lift fingerprints with the sticky white tape. Maybe now I can get to the bottom of this. Okay. Ask for fingerprints. Margaret's listening intently to Evan read to her. Would be rude to interrupt. What? Great. I guess actually... Maybe I can take some fingerprints off of the glass? Use... no. Apply soot to glass. Powdering Margot's drinking glass reveals a fingerprint. Take fingerprint. Tear off a piece of tape and press it onto the powdered fingerprint. Ah, here's Margot's fingerprint. Congratulations, you've obtained a fingerprint. Type compare fingerprints to check which fingerprints you have yet to obtain. Alright. Close the door. So where did he go off to? The tap is running for some reason. Okay. And close the door. I'll try and get everyone's prints before I do much investigating. Well, I'm already here. Oh dear. Your eyes are immediately drawn to the smashed glass. The smashed glass front of the curio cabinet. Jagged shards litter the rug. Salmon glass. Admire the brilliant shine of the squeaky clean drinking glass. That's not what I was looking at. Look at cabinet. The front of the curio is bordered by jagged teeth of broken glass. Someone has broken the glass to gain access to the curio's contents. I wonder who could have done such a thing. Salmon cabinet. Glass is jagged and sharp. Wonder if the perpetrator left any marks behind. If there are any, I'll need something to help me see them. Not sure what was stolen. Wish I'd looked inside the curio before the burglary. I thought I did. Guess I'll save. Can I load around here? And door. Look in curio. Locked. We can see some lovely objects in there. A pair of decorated silver steins. Okay. Oh, that's fine, I guess. I guess I could go back here? So, at this point... the main thing I need to do is take the ball back. Okay. And I've already read all of that. I'll just make sure I've officially asked it. There. And close this door. Open this one. There. Look in Curio. There. Now I've officially looked at it. Okay. Ask about Margot. And ask about Dagway. There. Just making sure I've officially followed up on that stuff. And I think now I just need to hand back the bowl. Okay. Sleepy time. Okay. So, still need to get the compact. Thank you for the 34-month sub. How are you doing today? So, time to, I guess, try and listen first. And yeah, it's reading. And I go steal the compact. Okay. Put search in compact. Okay. And dust glass. Get fingerprint. Lovely. Speed running the game now. And close the door. Yes, I know how to say cormorant now. Okay. Now if I look in Curio. Okay, so we're missing some items. There are empty spaces on the shelves. Stones are missing. Okay. Dust Curio. Powdering the surface reveals a fingerprint. Get fingerprint. Carefully take the fingerprint as evidence. Okay. And close the door. Alright. Ask for fingerprint. I'm gonna try and collect everyone's fingerprints first. Would you mind providing me with your fingerprint? It seems Nessa's brooch has gone missing, and the curio cabinet has been burgled. Can't you see I'm busy? Can't have you soiling my fingerprints. I'm having enough trouble keeping my hands clean with the leaky pen as it is. Okay. Dust glass. Apply some powdery soot to the drinking glass. Clean, no fingerprints. Aw. And dust satchel. Look at bed. Leather satchel. Dust leather satchel. Not sure if I'm spelling it right or not. Dust suitcase. Can I dust the pen? No. Look in bin. Waste paper basket is full of ink-splattered paper, most likely a result of Corvus's leaky pen. Examine paper. Do I see some fingerprints on these soiled, discarded papers? What are you mumbling about? Oh, nothing. Get fingerprints. Okay. Should have the paper now. So, where's the paper? Fine. Get fingerprint from paper. Dust paper. Get paper. You find a particularly clear fingerprint specimen. Neatly tear it out and take it with you. Got Corvus's fingerprint. There. Get. Oh, ask for fingerprint. Nessa, can I take your fingerprint? It might help me solve who burgled your jewelry box. I read in a book that fingerprint patterns are unique to individuals. Just need to apply some soot. Okay, fine, do what you need. I'll do anything to find the culprit. Carefully brush some soot onto Nessa's finger, then press a square of adhesive plaster on the top. Nessa makes a face while you do this, but says nothing. You obtained a lovely, clear impression of Nessa's fingerprint. Okay, and dust jewel. Just dust the box. There. So it reveals a fingerprint. Get fingerprint. Carefully mark the back of this fingerprint as evidence taken from Nessa's jewelry box. And I guess I can also examine the box. Oh. I already know that looked like it wasn't really damaged. So, open the door. Finally, it's unlocked. Ask for print. There have been thefts. Not surprised. My field kit went missing too, you'll recall. No one helped me with that matter, so I won't concern myself with this. Dust glass. Hasn't touched his glass yet. And dust suitcase. Examine desk. Drawers are locked. Look around. Furniture simpler. Wardrobe, desk, and nightstand. A pitcher of water. A drinking glass. Albert is here. Look at trunk. Small suitcase. 2 identical large chests. Best chest? No. Look at desk. Small functional drawers. Albert has put a couple of geology and mineralogy books on the desk. I'm gonna dust the books. Dust book. No. Look in bin. Nothing in there. Dust cabinet. Tricky. Ask for a fingerprint again. Fine. Well, hopefully I won't need his fingerprints, but we'll see. Maybe I can dust the trunk? No. Nothing going on in here. Still nobody in here. Ever. Alright. I'll assume the rest of them are downstairs. Nobody here. Nobody here. Nobody there. Nothing there. And nobody in the bar. Well, I guess. And look at bar. Cozy bar decorated in warm hues of crimson and coral. A trio of stalls are stationed in front of an elaborately curved bar. There's an oversized armchair and a striped love seat. Look at bottles. Multitude of bottles sit on the back counter containing various liquors. Don't think there's going to be any fingerprints in here. So, what was this room again? Right, just the storage closet. So, this door is open. That's new. Hey, Nancy. Want to play some billiards to help me take my mind off things? Careful you don't scratch. Scratch what? The balls. If you scratch a cue ball, that's the white ball, it means you hit that one into one of the pockets. I don't want to do that. Yes, you don't. I mean, no, you don't. Why don't you try hitting the ball with the cue and I'll give you some pointers. Ask for fingerprints. May I have your fingerprint? I'm helping Nessa investigate her jewelry box theft. Helping Nessa, eh? Came down here to avoid that business. Isn't it enough to be going around here as it is? Fine, guess it won't help. Let's check on Jack. Good evening, Jack. Thanks again for the tea. It was lovely and so relaxing that I nodded off on the couch for a bit. Glad you enjoyed it. Jack is spooning jam into raw cookies on a tray. I thought you'd usually do that after, not before baking. There's another tray by the window full of freshly baked cookies that are now cooling. Yes. Yes, this is a 2024 release. I know, it doesn't look like it. That's about it for the jam. Making up some thumbprint cookies. They're Margot's favourite. Hoping to get some food in her. She's not feeling well and doesn't have much of an appetite. Thought I had more jars of raspberry jam though. Richards loves these cookies too. He'll put a bunch of them in his pocket to snack on later. Makes doing his laundry a bit more challenging. I guess I'll take it as a compliment. That doesn't sound like a compliment. But putting cookies that are covered in jam in your pocket? Just no. Anyway. Hello to you too. Pro tip, don't put jam in your pocket. Ask for prints. Busy right now. Dust jar. That jar. Can't take that. I reuse jars, you see. Dust the kettle. Wouldn't be ideal for fingerprints. Dust faucet. Nope. Dust icebox. Dust the tray. Look at cookies. The baked cookies or the raw cookies? Look at baked cookies. The tray is set by the window, bearing freshly baked thumbprint cookies and smelling delicious. Take cookie. Take baked cookie? Freshly baked thumbprint cookie from the tray. Examine baked cookie. Examine baked cookie. Jack's thumbprint forms the jam reservoir. Too bad it's not really a good sample for comparison. Fine. Take raw cookie. Jack, is it okay if I take this raw cookie, the one without the jam? Go right ahead. I ran out of jam anyway, so it's kind of a dud. Okay. Salmon raw cookie. Yes, Jack's thumbprint is visible in the hollow of the raw cookie. It's difficult to compare with the other fingerprints in its current state. Need to figure out a way to extract Jack's fingerprint. The raw cookie is far too fragile and hard to see right now. Okay. Maybe wax? Get wax. Yeah. You scratch all the candle wax drippings off the candlesticks and tablecloth with your fingernails. Use wax on cookie. Put wax on cookie. Melt wax? Melt wax. Not candle. Need a container to hold it as you heat it. Preferably something with a handle. Ah. Like a saucepan. Open cabinet. Get pan. Take the small saucepan. So, put wax in pan. Putting the hardened candle wax directly into the saucepan wouldn't be a good idea. Jack wouldn't be happy if I coated his saucepan with wax. Okay. That's because it's a much more recent text parser. So, I'd say that's the reason. Look in drawers. Random stuff. Okay. Pots and pans. Look in pot cabinet. Close cabinet. What could I put in the saucepan? Put cookie in pan? Not much of a baker. I'm sure Jack's better. Yeah, exactly. There are plenty of text parsers where, for example, you need water, and trying to get water from the wrong location makes you think you didn't actually need to get it, but you just had to, like you're supposed to get it from the river, but you just did it on the wrong screen. So, yeah, that kind of thing. What could I put in the pan to still be able to melt the wax? Wax strippings from the dining room candles. Yeah, exactly. Who would ever want to melt wax? Meanwhile, you just use the wrong item to melt it. Put pan on stove. place the small saucepan on the hot stove top. Okay. Look at counter. L-shaped kitchen island. There's a salt shaker. Get salt. Teehee. Where do you think you're going with that? When you use the salt, just use it here in the kitchen. Probably shouldn't walk off with the salt. Would be happy about that. Well, I already have salt, so... Ha. Put paper in pan? Oh, that's because the door is at an angle. See? Nah, it looks more proper. Open icebox. Close icebox. Yeah, there are some very fancy animations in this, definitely. Wax in pan. I still want you to try. Put plate in pan. Put cookie in pan. Nope. Still not an option. Put glass in pan. Table. Crudely constructed, very sturdy. The raw cookies on a metal tray. Yeah. Before you leave the room, you responsibly remove the saucepan from the stovetop and return it to its cupboard. Fine. Just not sure what I'm supposed to use to get around that. Get, ask for fingerprints. That's it. Ruby's brooch has gone missing and the curio cabinet has been broken into. Investigating both of these incidents, collecting fingerprints of everyone in the lodge would be very helpful. Everything theft? That's not right. I'm happy to provide my fingerprint, if that helps. Thanks so much, Nathan. Okay. Much appreciated. Good luck. Kimmy, someone's stolen a brooch from Nessa's jewelry box. Curio cabinet has been broken into. Gotta get your fingerprint. I don't want to get involved. Dust. Mug. Mug. I'm still drinking this. It's nice and hot. I was supposed to put ice cubes in her mug or something. Get teapot. Wouldn't like it if I took the teapot. It's heavy and it's full of tea, making it even heavier. Just need to refill her mug at the appropriate time. Are we supposed to melt the wax in the teapot instead? Weird. So... open door. Can I dust the pen? At desk. Desk blotter. Pen stand set. It in. Pens look so lovely as a set. Would be a shame to separate them. Dust blotter. Dust desk. I mean, I guess I can compare the prints I already have. I need a complete set of fingerprints from everyone in the lodge before I can make any definitive conclusions. Jack's probably too busy to help me. I'll need to figure something out. Kimmy's still downstairs in the conservatory, I think. Albert's probably working in his room. Wonder where Mr. Richards is. He was in the game room. Okay. Fill mug. Empty mug. Fill blue mug. Because I already have a mug. It's just a different one. Still not sure what this is about. Tricky, tricky. So I already have an idea how to get Jack's fingerprint. Don't really have an idea how to get Albert's fingerprint. I kind of have an idea how to get Cammy's fingerprint, and no clue about Evan. I guess maybe playing billiards would help. Get Q. That's the spirit. Come and hit a few balls. Okay, how about you get us started? Sure. I do like the humor of her just putting a giant cue stick in her skirt pocket. Like, a skirt like that wouldn't have a pocket that goes all the way to the bottom of the skirt. And the skirt is not long enough to fit that cue stick. So, I do like the humor of that animation. Anyway. So, wow. You know what? How about you just practice a bit? I'll give you some pointers. Yes, he did basically say it, but I'm bad at this. Try to follow through more. Ah, gotcha. What does that would mean? Like, don't know. Don't grip the cue so tight. Really think I'm getting better. Sure, Nancy. How about I rack the balls again? You can try again from the top. Gee, Thanks, Mr. Richards. Okay. There. Time to try again. Now what? Nope. That was different. Because this time I definitely saw it jump. Get one of the balls. No touching the balls unless they're in the pockets. Sorry, don't know much about billiards. Okay. Whoops. Try it again. So how am I supposed to get one of them? Because she doesn't seem to be very good at it. Like, does it matter which angle I approach from? So... I try from the other side? No. Ask about... billiards? I'm gonna play? Sure. Ask about... you? Ask about... table? Ask about... curio? Someone broke the curio's glass front and took my parents' silver stones. They got given those on their wedding day. Oh dear, I'll try my best to find them. Thanks, Nancy. Ask about... Not sure. Play billiards? Is that gonna make a difference? No. Yeah, none of them are in the pockets, I think. Nope, still gonna do it. Yeah. Same thing as before. I was thinking that maybe I can try and approach from different angles to get a different result, but doesn't seem to be a thing. Yes, I might want a clue. Putting pool cue back. There. Yes, he did say that. But they're not really going in there because her skill is not up to that. Presumably I'm not allowed to take them now. Nope. Even though they're reset now. Nope, no. Nope. Well, I'm not sure how I'd do that. I figured by, like, placing the character in the right spot, but maybe not. Okay. So... hit ball into pocket. Why don't you give it a shot? Ah, fine. Practice makes perfect, eh? Sure thing. I'll get the cue ball. There. Cue ball. You pick up the cue ball, careful not to disturb its surface too much. Dusk. Oh. Powdering the cue ball reveals a fingerprint. Fingerprint is nice and clear. Get fingerprint. Tear off a piece of tape. This is a wonderful, clear example of Mr. Richards' fingerprint. And put ball back. For returning the cue ball, you wipe the cue ball clean using a fold in your skirt. And now her skirt is covered in soot. Oh, right, pool cue. There. Was fun, Mr. Richards, thanks. Sure thing, kid. Okay. So I'm still missing Kimmy's fingerprint, Jack's fingerprint, and Albert. Get water. Fill the blue mug with water. Okay. Close door. Is put water in mug. Give mug to Tammy. I can still examine the bottom of the mug, even though there's water in the mug. Put water in teapot. Get mug. No. Still drinking. Look at mug. 1/3 full of hot tea. Put water in tea. Spill tea. Drink tea? I thought I closed this door. Nope, keeps opening it. Silly self-opening door. So... I already have his fingerprint. Still missing Albert's fingerprint. Look at desk. Look at Albert. Stately, well-groomed gentleman in his 50s. His monocle gives him an elegant air. Antwerp sent him as an expert mineralogist. I still struggle to say that word. Anyway. He was sent to verify the diamond claim in Crimson. You have a hard time imagining him doing field work. He's looking through books. Look at books. Look good as new. Ask about books. Your books look so new. I take good care of my things. Take book. Wouldn't appreciate that. Ask for book. You're too curious. Borrow book. Open book. Examine book. Spines aren't broken and the cover shows no signs of wear. These books are in pristine condition. I guess Albert takes really good care of his books. As in, he takes such good care of them, he just puts them on a shelf and never opens them. Yeah. Because usually with the books where the spine breaks, those are the paperbacks, not the hardcovers. But yeah, with those, like, I try and take really good care of my books. And that's just how paperbacks are designed. The spine ends up with a crease in that spot. So, yeah. He has not been using his books. Read book? Titles are in German, so you can't read them. From the pictures of the cover, you surmise they're about minerals. Don't touch my books. Seems like no one has touched those books. None of your business. Seems he's maybe not who he says he is. So, I have obtained the fingerprints from... Yeah, if only understood German. Oh well. But the game isn't saying what the titles are, so... So... Yeah, I've got the jewelry box, I've got the curio fingerprint... Bundespräsidentenstich für Wiederholungsverschiebung. Yeah, I never speak German. Give mug to Albert. No, thank you. No, that wouldn't be the title, because that would be either a history book or a book about politics. So, something like that. But it might be a more satirical book about politics. Or I guess it could also be a book about silly words. That is possible. Ask about German. Ask about Sam. Ask about... Wait. Look at Albert. Ask about Albert. Yeah, I think it said something about where he was from. There. Based in Antwerp, Belgium. Okay. So... he is based in Antwerp, Belgium. The diamond capital of the world. And the Canadian government heard rumors about diamonds in their Great White North. Naturally, they would seek the foremost experts. Are you typing in the wrong chat? Yeah, so with exclamation mark commands, those post to chat, and the slash commands, those don't post to chat, generally. But if it's about permitting to post a link, then, okay. Weird. I don't think there's anything I can do about that, then. Because that would just be the account not being allowed. So, yeah. But indefinitely, ouch. Yeah, I don't really know how the whole... Wait. Really? That's strange. Haven't seen that button before. Don't mind me, I'm just sharpening my pencil, because one of my two pencils, it's not really working that great today. Neither is my pencil sharpener for some reason. It's not a very good pencil sharpener, so that could be why. But I am taking so many notes. And pencils are just really useful for these types of notes. Because I make a lot of mistakes. This way I keep on being able to fix them. I don't think it works like that. But yeah, if there is a button like that, which, as I said, I haven't seen it, so I'm not aware of that button existing. But yeah, strange, because usually exclamation point commands are for bots. And bots wouldn't show up in the overlay unless you have some sort of, like, extension or something installed. So, not sure. I guess I'll look into it later. Because I thought generally the exclamation point commands are not really directly supported by Twitch at all, so maybe they're changing that. But usually that would be for permitting someone to post links, which... if it's the Twitch system that doesn't allow them to post a link, then it should be a slash command, not an exclamation point command. And if it's a bot not allowing them to post links, then you just type out the command. So I'm very confused by this. Anyway. Still need to figure out a way to melt the wax without dirtying the saucer. And I also still need Kimmy's fingerprint and Albert's fingerprint. Tricky, tricky. And I can't dust the jar for fingerprints, which would be the easiest thing to do. But he reuses them, so I can't even take it temporarily. So how would I manage, like... maybe I put the salt in the saucer? And then melt the wax that way? Like in a bed of salt? That could work. Because the salt wouldn't melt, but it should get quite hot. And I know there's techniques where you heat up either sand or salt to heat up something on top of that. So, maybe. Get pan. So, put salt in pan. You put the salt in the saucepan. Aha! Put pan on stove. And put wax in pan. Put salt in pan. Don't have the salt anymore. Look, in pan. Saucepan is simmering. Might be some type of gravy or sauce. Weird. So I used up the salt by doing that? That's unfortunate. Should have saved before trying that. Put water in pan. There. Okay, so now I made salty water. Put wax in pan. Putting the hardened candle wax into the water would result in very watery wax. If I want to make use of the wax, melting could be a good idea. Put mug in pan. Okay. You're pleased to see the water in the pan doesn't overflow into the mug. Oh, but there's water in the mug. Get mug. Pour out water. Pour water in sink. Dump the water out of the mug. Okay. Put mug in pan. Put wax in mug. Put the hardened candle wax into the mug that's in the saucepan. Gradually, the stove heats the water in the pan, which melts the wax that you've put in the mug. Congratulations, you've successfully made a double boiler. Get mug. Youch. Gingerly pick up the mug and juggle it from hand to hand until it's cool enough to put in your pocket. The warmth of the mug keeps the wax in its liquid state. Pour wax in raw cookie. You carefully pour the hot liquid wax into the hollow thumbprint cookie. Wonderful. Just need to chill the wax so it sets nice and hard. Okay. Get water. Put wax in water. Cool wax in water. Put wax in mug. Still make out the ridges through the liquefied wax. Huh. Oh, I guess I can just put it in the icebox. Put cookie in icebox. Put the wax-filled thumbprint cookie into the icebox. Close it. Wait an appropriate amount of time for the cookie to chill. That should just about do it. And you remove the chilled wax-filled thumbprint cookie from the icebox. That's quite the sentence. You close it. Terrific, the wax is rock hard and the raw cookie dough has hardened too. Now, to get the wax out of the cookie... Must release the wax cast from the raw cookie. Break cookie, maybe? I'll save. Break cookie. Carefully crumble the chilled cookie dough away from the hardened wax filling. You're left with a perfect impression of Jack's thumbprint cast in wax. Okay. Does that already count as having his fingerprint? Maybe, maybe not. Fine. Jack's print. So I don't need to dust X. No. And I'll just have the game automatically clean up. There. And close cabinets. Okay. So, still need Kemi and Albert's fingerprints. Give cookie to Kemi? No, thank you. Try not to eat sweets so close before bedtime. Okay. Give water to Kemi. No thanks. Look in mug. Not very noteworthy. Nice smooth surface. It would be a perfect place to obtain Kimmy's fingerprint. Examine mug. Sure. Before it told me how full the mug was. Look at tea. 1/3. Fine. She's very slow at drinking tea. Put soot in tea. No. That's mug. Well, I know she was talking about how her tea is still nice and hot, and I figured that I might have to cool it down somehow. But I haven't really figured out how. Like, I tried to add water, cold water, to her mug. That didn't work. I can't take the mug and put it in the icebox. Can I open window? No. Colder than the icebox? Don't think she has liquid nitrogen just in her pocket. Okay. Open icebox. Maybe I put mug in icebox. You already filled the dough with melted wax and chilled it in the icebox. Chilling the mug isn't necessary. Get ice. Ah, fine. Using the ice pick, chip a bit of ice off the ice block. Fine. And then I put that in her tea. I didn't think that was possible, but put ice in tea. Patiently wait until Kimmy sets her mug down. While Kimmy's distracted by a conversation with Nathan, you surreptitiously slip the ice chips into her mug. Oh, that cooled down fast. Oh dear, my tea's gotten cold. Get mug. Let me freshen up your cup of tea, Kimmy. Thanks, Nancy. Dust. Mug. Powdering Kimmy's mug reveals a fingerprint. Get fingerprint. Okay. And fill mug. Okay. Yeah, should already have everyone else's, so give Kimmy, give mug to Kimmy. Okay, here you go, Kimmy, nice and hot again. Thanks. What's this greasy black stuff on my fingers? Gotta go. That wasn't me. Definitely not. So... is it this room or that room? I think it's this room. So, what is Albert up to? Give mug. Give Hug to Albert. Give Albert water. Give Albert cookie. How do you like this thumbprint cookie? Albert's eyes light up. Splendid. It's just what I need. Thank you, miss. Okay. Albert thoroughly enjoys the cookie, licking his fingers and smacking his lips. Crunch, crunch, smack, gulp. Delicious. Could go with another if you find yourself downstairs again. Sure thing. I was hoping maybe he'd drink some water after that. Give water to Albert. No, thank you. Look at books. Good as new. Salmon books. Like, maybe he has greasy fingers now? Dust books. No. Yeah, grass. Look at Albert. Was I supposed to put soot on the cookie? Because that just seems mean. But I have everyone else's fingerprints now. Just him left. Cookie. Put search on cookie. Wouldn't dream of wasting food like that. What could I do with it? Dust cookie. I don't think I can make it greasier. Put cookie on plate. And then hand him the plate. What could I do with a cookie to help with getting a fingerprint? So my initial thought was him eating the cookie might make him drink some water, which... Examine glass. Nope. Examine books again. Pristine condition. Look at crumbs. Look at desk. Like, maybe I put salt on the cookie? But that seems pretty close to what I was already doing. Put salt on cookie. Okay, then. That's... like, at least to me, that's about as inedible as adding the soot to it. But, whatever. Give cookie to Albert. There. Higley takes the cookie, consumes it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. That was saltier than I was expecting. What an odd recipe. Gotten quite thirsty. Could you fill my glass? Sure thing. You hand the full drinking glass to Albert. You stealthily wipe its surface of your fingerprints. Thank you. Albert drinks the water in one gulp, then hands the drinking glass back to you. Wow. You carefully receive the glass, making sure not to touch the areas where he held it. And just glass. Get fingerprints. There! Finally, I've obtained everyone's fingerprints, plus fingerprints from the crime scenes. Alright. I'll just close that door. And save. And let's compare fingerprints. Flushed with success, you rush to your bedroom and eagerly spread out your complete set of fingerprint samples on the low coffee table. After comparing the complete set of fingerprints, you're able to conclude... Amazing! The fingerprints from the jewellery box and the curio cabinet match the fingerprint you obtained from Margot. Ah, Margot was the culprit behind both crimes. I should confront her with my findings. Huh. That wasn't field work, but it was pretty satisfying. Margot? You stole Nessa's ruby brooch and the silver stones. I know Nessa is a little difficult, but this isn't the way to deal with her. Please, let me help you set things right. Meanwhile, she's just asleep. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I'm just... cutscene. She would take everything. I smashed the curio, though it broke my heart to do it. The silver wedding stones are even more precious. I saved them and gave them to someone I trust for safekeeping. Probably Jack. Nessa would sell them as soon as she was back in the city. At the very least, she would take her share and sell one of them, splitting the set. She doesn't understand why that shouldn't happen. She's vile and heartless. I should want to set things right. When I need things set right... But why should I want to set things right? When I needed to set things right, no one helped me. That woman deserves everything bad that comes to her, and more. You may be right about that. But you deserve better than to be a thief. That isn't who you are. Margot, the brooch at least? Will you let me give back the brooch? Fine, the brooch is hers after all. It's in my walk-in closet. I'll tell you where it is. Why must the world be as it is? Nancy. Death by tangled bedsheets? Margot? Are you okay? Margot? You hurry downstairs. Tell Mr. Richard about Margot's sudden decline. Mr. Richards, come quick. There's something wrong with Margot. What? Yeah. There's someone outside. Outstanding. Fantastic detective work. Nancy, you're a natural. By the time you and Mr. Richards arrive in the bedroom, Margot's body is already cooling. Well, The commotion soon brings Nathan and Jack to the room. Nathan's eyes widen, but he doesn't say anything. Jack looks shocked and a bit remorseful? The three men gently carry Margot down to the root cellar and lay her on a long wooden table. It's shocking to see Margot lying dead on the table. The kindness and warmth that once lit up her face, gone forever. Nathan and Jack stand there, staring down at the earthen floor. No one seems to know what to do. What can be done, after all? After a long while, Mr. Richards exhales heavily and speaks. Go do what you need to do, then head out to the station to notify the authorities. Not like there's any rush now, is there? Yes, sir. Sorry, Evan. Yeah. Excuse us, miss. Mr. Richards slumps on the stool, his head bowed. He doesn't look at Margot. It's almost like he can't. Mr. Richards, what's going on here? Type review to review your investigative goals. Chapter 4. Tensions. There. And can I do stuff? Am I still in a cutscene? Okay, I can do stuff. I'll just make sure I have a save too. There. Thank you for the 43-month sub. That was a very long cutscene, and I didn't want to interrupt it, because that was quite the twist in the story. So, that's the first murder. And it's like several hours in. It happened a lot faster in Colonel's Bequest. So I am intrigued and now have access to the root cellar. Examine Margot. Wanna have a look? I'm gonna go have a drink. You determinedly decide to take a closer look at Margot's body. Type exit or click the exit button to stop your examination. Pull away the sheet covering Margot. Your desire to understand what happened outweighs your squeamishness. Despite Margot's panicked final moments, she now appears peaceful. Do I click on stuff? Look at eyes. Her pretty blue eyes will never open again. Examine eyes. Closed and shouldn't be disturbed. Besides, what would I do if I couldn't close them again? Okay. Examine body. Plenty of areas that would warrant closer examination. Still wearing her plush blue bathrobe with its 2 pockets and matching sash. Her hair glistens even in the low light of the root cellar. Her lips and skin, while still lovely, are starting to take on less than lovely hues. That was fast. Examine lips. Close inspection reveals no additional information. Having drawn closer to her mouth, you get a closer look. Oh, to get a closer look, you detect an unusual odor emanating from it. Okay. What does it say about the smell? Does it say anything specific? Just unusual odor. Okay. Examine skin. Intense scrutiny of Margot's skin reveals no bruises or abrasions. You do find some rough, scaly areas on her hands and feet, darkened areas and red patchy lesions on her lower legs. I wonder if these skin problems have something to do with her aches and pains. Strange. Examine hair. Surprised to find that Margot's impeccably fancy here is hiding some thinning areas and a few bald patches. Oh, she's really not doing well. Look in pockets. Find a small silver key in one of Margot's pockets. Okay. Examine sash. Doesn't reveal much about the sash. Okay. Examine body. Did I miss anything? I mean, open bathrobe? Hoping to learn more about what happened to Margot. I don't think it would be appropriate to do that. Exactly. I mean, she is wearing something underneath, but the game pointing out, oh, she's still wearing her bathrobe just feels like the implication is fix that. So. But yeah, she seems to be having some weird health stuff that doesn't sound like a flu. So, losing hair, weird skin issues. Yes, I got the key. And weird smell coming from her mouth. Carefully replace the sheet covering Margot. I don't know if the plague makes people lose hair, so I don't know. According to Evan, Jack, and Nathan... According to Evan, Jack and Nathan will eventually be going to the train station. There. I was confused by that sentence. Wonder if I can catch them and ask them a few questions before they head out. Can I go back in the cellar? Open door. Yes, I can go back in. Let's just look around. This is the lodge's root cellar. It's a few degrees cooler than the rest of the house, making it ideal for storing a wide variety of supplies with which to provision the lodge. There's a set of stairs in the east wall. Shelves contain an array of root vegetables as well as jarred and bottled goods. There are sacks of apples and potatoes. My goodness, Jack has done such a wonderful job with his little vegetable patch. Margot is here. Yeah, that. Look at Margot. Body has been temporarily laid on a wooden table. Oh, Margot. Yeah. Okay, I guess I can look around outside a bit, since I'm already out here. Everything still looks the same. Oh. Kimmy is here. Talk to Kimmy. Kimmy? Eek! Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. Why are you lurking, Kimmy? Lurking? I was looking for owls. Ask about Margot? Can't believe she's dead. What could have happened? It's terrible, Nancy. I'm getting scared. Don't worry, Kimmy. I'm sure there's an explanation. I'd sure like to find out. Ask about owl? Thought I might be able to see the great horned owls, or even short-eared owls, because it's still summer. Or great grey owls. They're the largest in Ontario. Fine, I guess she has her reasons for being out here. Just keep looking around some more. What is that? Look in water. Look at water. What's floating there? Salmon water. Get item. Get gem. Look at rocks. Yeah. That's just the same death as last time. Haven't found a new one yet. There, load. But there's definitely something floating there. Weird. Oops. Looks like I stumbled on a conversation. Maybe if I'd approached from a different direction. We'll talk later. What are you guys up to? Just getting some fresh air. They're probably looking for the thing that's floating in the river. Really? Well, found some interesting samples on the riverbanks this afternoon. Actually, I used a trowel to dig into the dirt, otherwise I wouldn't have found anything. So that's so. Can we have a look? Of course. Show the samples you collected from the river to Nathan and Jack. They inspect the samples intensely and exchange meaningful looks. What do you think? Very nice, Nancy. These are white garnets, pretty big ones too. Yes, very pretty. Maybe get them set in silver when you're back in the city. White garnets, are you sure? Yes, very sure. Well, okay. Excuse me, I have to go to the carriage house and prepare the automobile for Jack's drive to the train station. Thanks, Nat. Of course. Good evening. Oh, that's not suspicious at all. Nice night for a walk, isn't it? Sure is, Jack. I'm best talking to Nathan. Ought to find him and question him before he leaves. Okay, so I think I'm supposed to... Oh, good thing I saved there. So... if I approach them from... Nope. From... there. I can hear Jack and Nathan talking, but the sound of the river is making it hard to hear them. Wonder what they're up to. Listen. Oops, looks like I stumbled on a conversation. Yeah. Fine. So... from the other side, then... Weird. Well, I wasn't able to hear them when I approached from the back. Listen. There. So... this is at the bridge. At night. After Margot's death. And we've got Jack and Nathan. Can't just toss these in the river like we used to. More's the pity. If Mr. Richards hadn't hurt his back trying to take this all on himself. Wish he'd asked for help before it came to that. With all the extra scrutiny lately, he can use all the help he can get. Lucky for us, it was mostly overcast last night. No moonlight, no sparkles. Lucky for us. I think that's all for now. Good thing there were no big ones tonight. Agreed. Meet you in the carriage house. Yeah, I'll dump these in the smokehouse as usual. See you soon. Well, isn't that strange? Hey, Jack! So, Jack and Nathan are looking for shiny objects at the riverbank. They mention having thrown them in the river in the past. Okay. Hey, Jack. Ah! What were you guys up to? Me and Nat were just getting some fresh air. Really? I was getting samples from the riverbank this afternoon, and it looked a lot like that. Found some interesting stuff. Oh, can I see? Of course. You show the samples you collected from the riverbank to Jack. He scrutinizes them very closely. What do you think? Oh, you got yourself some white garnets for sure. Some pretty nice ones too. White garnets. Are you sure? Definitely. If you want a second opinion, I can take them to show Nathan and ask him for you. How about it? That's okay. I'll keep them for now. Suit yourself. Uh-huh. Yeah, he'll just take them off my hands. He's just that generous. Miss talking to Nathan. Ought to find him and question him before he leaves. Right. Ask about river. Don't know much to say about that. Ask about diamonds. Lived here in years, haven't seen anything like that. Sure. But at least I did figure out how to manage to overhear that conversation. But yeah, there's something in here. Look in water. Look at diamond. Look at shiny objects. Look at floating thing. And, search rocks. Maybe I can get a fishing net or something like that. I already tried looking at the water. So, that didn't do anything. Yeah. But I'm thinking there might be a fishing net somewhere. Fine, I can look, water. Nothing noteworthy. So, same thing. That's usually how it works in these types of games. Walk into the house. Okay. I think I took the hammer out of there. Get in canoe. Rather not climb into the canoe that's docked in a fast-moving river. I'm... Yeah, can't see anything there. No fishing supplies or anything like that. Okay. The birds are still doing their thing. Nope. Ah, here's Nat. Ask about River. Ask about Jack. Jack should be along shortly. Maybe in the bedroom he's sharing with Corvus, getting ready. He's driving to the train station to send a telegram about Margot's death. Just getting the automobile ready for him. Ask about car. Evan gave me his father's automobile when it started needing constant maintenance. It'd become a hassle for him to call on me to fix it at the lodge, so he said I could have it. Worked out for both of us. I got to own an automobile, which is a rarity up here, and Evan made room in his carriage house for a new one. Okay. Ask about diamonds. I have my doubts that it was truly found on this land. Even if it was, who's to say there is enough to mine? It would be like the garnets all over again. Sure. Ask about Margot. Margot's death is shocking. She was a kind woman. It's a sad state of affairs. I've known Evan a long time. I've never seen him like this. He needs to grieve. Jack's driving to the train station to send a telegram about Margot. This is ranger business. Ask about murder. Ask about... Now that Margot's gone, someone else should know about this. About what? Margot entrusted the silver wedding stones in the curio cabinet to me. She wanted me to keep them at my home until Nessa and Corvus had departed. I somewhat understand about Nessa wanting her share. Couldn't one go to her and one to Mr. Richards? Evan loves his parents. It was their wish that the stones not be separated. Nessa knew that too, so did Margot. Evan is a good man, but he'd cut off his own nose to spite his face, especially when it comes to his sister. Margot knew what Evan's like, so she couldn't ask him to hide the stones. He would have given Nessa both of them to placate her. Then they would have been sold off to the highest bidder. It's within Nessa's rights to turn the lodge upside down, looking for the stones, as this was her house too. So Margot couldn't ask Jack to hide them here, nor could she effectively hide them herself, which is why she asked me. Why are you telling me? Can't be just because I asked. No, It's because things are getting dangerous. Nessa's proven even more vindictive than I imagined. In case something happens to me, someone else should know about the Steins and restore them to the rightful owner once the danger has passed. To return what was once given in good faith, Evan promised to me about this lodge and lands. Evan promised that to me... What? What? I'm confused. Oh, as in he promised to return the lodge and the lands? To him? Is that what's going on? I think so. Anyway, how to repay that gesture? And it can be hard to tell sometimes. Evan and I are friends, long-time friends, who sometimes are at odds. Sometimes we keep secrets, but we're always friends. Please help me keep the secret from Evan till I can return them safely to him. Understand? I won't tell. Thank you, Nancy. Alright. So, he has them. Interesting. So, he has the stolen stones. Because Margot gave them to him. And Evan promised to return the land? Question mark? All right. Let's open that door. Wait. Oh. Oh, Nancy. Wasn't expecting you here. Excuse me. I'm going to look for Evan. I can tell he's upset. But you know how he is. Always going off on his own, yeah. Maybe try the jetty. Thanks. I'll check there. I have a few other places in mind first. My meeting with Albert in the boathouse begins shortly. Wait, what? I'll look for Evan after that. Good luck. Why is he out meeting with Albert at the boathouse? Okay. Guess I'll save again. And open this door. Pardon me, expected elsewhere. Yeah, he did say that. Have a good night. Good night. So, let's close the door. And head to the boathouse. Open this door. Right. Hide in canoe. Teehee. Hide in the canoe. So, boathouse. And we've got Nathan and Albert. Mr. Cardinal. A busy man. Won't keep you waiting. I'm here. Have you prepared the document? Of course, signed and sealed, very official. A report declaring there are no diamonds in Crimson or the surrounding areas. Good. Do you even care to know if there really are diamonds here? No. Care about protecting this land from further environmental devastation. Well, it's no concern of mine. Pity about the girl. What a shocking turn of events. Suppose that simplifies matters. Whenever Mr. Richards should happen to pass. What are you insinuating? Nothing. It's none of my business, I'm sure. Okay, so... Albert... wrote a document... declaring... that there are no diamonds. And he hints at Nathan being responsible for either Margot's death or Evan's future death. Okay. None of my business, I'm sure. I've already paid you. Give me what I'm owed. Okay. So, Nathan paid Albert. Of course, here you are. This document is challenged by anyone for any reason. You'll be hearing from me. Goodbye. Well, well, well. The plot thickens. Let's close that door again. Still don't know how to fish the gem out of the water. Or whatever it is. Maybe there's something in the garden shed thing? Wait. Look at Earth? So, feet have created a depression in the earth. Can see shoe prints in the wooden bench. Okay. Oh, under the bench. Anyway, examine shoe prints. Looked like they came from a size 14 shoe. Okay. And they said that Corvus likes to sit there. So size 14 shoe prints under red bench. There. So I guess I'll also be looking at everyone's shoes. Oh, what's she doing out here? Wait, there's yellow stuff on the ground? Strange puddles of liquid glistening in the moonlight. Puddles of whiskey. Staggered at irregular intervals, both on and off the path. Almost as if whoever was responsible for them was also staggering. This doesn't bode well. There. Ah, Ness and Corvus seem to be having an intense conversation. If I can get closer, maybe I'll be able to hear what they're saying. Guess I'll save again. Listen. There. You conceal yourself behind an ideally situated apple tree. So now we've got a scene in the orchard with Nessa and Corvus. Won't be needing this anymore. Nessa takes a silver flask from her pocket and pours it out into the grass. Okay. So, Nessa empties a silver flask into the grass. What's that? Water adulterated with poison. I soaked flypaper in a glass jar and poured the liquid into my silver flask. Okay. It contained poisoned water. Using light paper. Okay. Toss the jars over the waterfall. Easy as pie. Okay. So it's a jar that might be floating. She tossed jars over the waterfall. Well, I mean, there are savory pies. Presumably there's one that has rice as part of the filling. Didn't think it would be quite so effective. I was thinking it would be more gradual, less dramatic. Okay. She admits to poisoning Margot. Kind of. True, you redeemed Switcher Frame. I've been quite busy, so... like, the game is doing things. But yes, which frame do you want me to switch? The one around the webcam or the one below? Top one? Alright. I'll just do it after the cutscene, just so I don't accidentally skip stuff. The turret couldn't even die properly. But no matter. Could look suspicious and be investigated. What does it matter? There aren't any rangers around, or any other form of law in this godforsaken place. But we don't want any more complications. This will be over soon, but we'll need to be bold. I'm ready for the next step. Good. What a strange conversation. Nessa mentioned tossing some jars into the river by the waterfall. Should go to the waterfall and take a look. Okay, let's look. Now that I know it's jar. Look at jar. There's a glass jar bobbing in the furiously churning water. You just barely make out a flash of yellow inside the jar. Okay, I'll save before trying to fish it out. Get jar. Need to find a safe way to get closer. Tie rope to tree. Aha! Tie rope around the tree. Tie rope to self. Not walking around with this rope tied around me. What? Get jar. Tee. You take the glass jar. I knew that rope would come in handy. Note has been added to your notebook. And untie rope. You untie the rope from around your waist. That rope. Shouldn't leave it out there. In your enthusiasm to secure the rope to the tree, you created a series of utterly undoable knots. That's okay. The rope has done its part. Fine, just littering. Anyway, so. Saving over that one. That should be fine. And let's switch a frame. Gonna have to click outside the game for that. There we go. I feel like the one with the stars is most fitting because, you know, it's a nighttime scene. But maybe that's just me. You know, it's kind of spooky. So, I'll open this door. Because they were saying something about hiding things in the smokehouse. Look in salt. I see stuff in there. Look at salt. Get salt. Examine salt. Some of the crystals appear irregularly shaped, more octahedral than cubic. Salt is fairly brittle and is water-soluble, so they can be just about any shape. Okay. Look at ground. Glittery specks on the floor of the smokehouse. Smokehouse has an earthen floor. Examine floor. Sparkles are barely larger than grains of salt. They're most They're mostly present around the bag. Okay. Look in barrel. Open barrel. Can't pry it open with your hands. There's no real need for me to open it. Look in pot. Big salt. Search salt. Look at meat. Meat and fish look delectable. Your mouth waters. Yeah, I'm guessing maybe the salt that I've picked up. So, some of them appear irregularly shaped, more octahedral than cubic. That's brittle. And what is this? Closer inspection reveals white powder residue at the bottom of the jar, strip of damp flypaper inside the jar, and a small oily spot outside the jar. Well, should be easy enough to dust the jar. Reveals a fingerprint. Take fingerprint. Get fingerprint. I guess not. Get fingerprint from jar. You're already carrying the jam jar that has the fingerprint on it. There's no need to lift it from the jar. Fine. Compare prints. Comparing what you've obtained, you are able to conclude the following. Fingerprint on the glass jar belongs to Nessa. Yeah. Duh. Can I streak salt? Streak salt on plate. Take a few larger crystals of salt and rub them across the streak plate. Salt produces a white streak. I suppose that's to be expected. If I were looking for other minerals mixed in with the salt, doing this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ah. I'd probably want to dissolve the salt. So, do I still have the mug of water? Yeah. So, put salt in water. Already done that. Put salt in mug. Already done that. Look in mug. Some water in the blue mug. I hope I didn't soft lock myself. Wait, where'd the salt go? It disappeared. Look in bag. Open bag. Ah, fine. It was closed. Use water on salt. Pour water on salt. Nope. Dump the water out of the blue mug. That's not what I was trying to do. There's still the whiskey. Going in here. The dining room is a bit chilly. Yeah, someone's taken the whiskey from out here. So, the tracks are leading the other way. There he is. Mr. Richards, there you are. Mr. Richards? Evan doesn't acknowledge your presence. He looks lost in thought. Maybe highly inebriated. Possibly both. Ask about Margot. Doesn't respond. Okay, look at Evan. He's a husky, weather-beaten man in his mid-60s. He owns Crimson Lodge, although his sister Nessa might have something to say about that. Seems gruff and bothered about having his wildlife idol disturbed, which isn't that unusual considering he is a recluse. He's quietly, morosely drunk and sits precariously on the edge of the jetty. Talk to Evan? Mr. Richards, what are you doing here? Ignores you and continues drinking. Take whiskey. Better be careful not to go too close to the edge of the jetty. Get jar. Get glass. Get glass. Evan is gripping the drinking glass pretty tightly. You doubt you could wrestle it from his grasp. Get bottle. Look at... just look around, I guess. Dark path. Evan is here. Trail of spilled liquid. What should I do about him? I hear rumbling in the distance. Is that thunder? Sounds like a car heading towards the carriage house. It's Jack back from the station. Maybe we should head over there and see what's going on. Or could see the lodge, or could head to the lodge. See what's going on there. Yes. So this way, I think. Yes. Hear voices. Wonder what they're talking about. They can't know why you're really here. Who knows what could happen? Who's that guy? Of course. So it's the carriage house. And we've got Jack and I'll just put a question mark there for now. Understand the potential risk involved. I'll be discreet with my investigation. I'll just say you were in the area and that's how you got here so soon. Not that you were already on your way. Understood. The young lady... Margot? Yes, Margot. Is there any reason to believe her death was suspicious? She's always been a bit sickly. Don't bother yourself with that. Just make it look like you're looking into her death. That'll be a good cover. But focus on what you're really here for. Okay, Jack? Okay, so... I'll just keep on calling him question mark. Was on his way already. and we'll pretend to investigate the death. While I'm not even sure what he's doing. While doing whatever he was going to do already. Well, generally not blocked, but you did it in a way that you got banned by Seribot. So, yeah, generally not blocked, but you posted it in a suspicious way. So, I'll make sure to unban you. Where's the button? There's the button. There you go. So, yeah, be careful with posting links, because if you're posting them in a way where, like, for example, if the only thing you post is a link, or if you post stuff too fast, that might set off the spam detection on the bot. Sorry about that. It does help a lot with all the different spam bots that have been around for a long time, but it's not perfect. So you should be able to type again. But I should actually be able to see the link, I guess? I'd assume it's some sort of picture. So, like a Google image search? It's a spider. Okay. Yeah, that sure is a spider. But apparently, according to Seribot, it's not allowed. No pictures of spiders here. But if you want, you can join the Discord server, and that makes it a bit easier to share pictures and stuff, because, yeah, there's limitations with doing it on Twitch, because so many spam bots. Yeah, so, while doing whatever it is he was going to do anyway. There. Okay. Guess I'll save. So, open door. Hello, Nancy. Ranger Murdoch. Okay. Oh, that's fine. As I said, it's just because of spam detection. Like, as I said, the bot isn't foolproof, but it has managed to catch many, many, many spam bots already. So, yeah, you win some, you lose some. But welcome back. So, Ranger Murdoch. This here is Ranger Murdoch, luckily for us, who is already in the region. How do you do, miss? Pleased to meet you. We're gonna meet up in the dining room. Come along when you can. Will do. Even. Come to think of it, I'm gonna have a cup of tea in the kitchen before heading to the dining room. It was a thirsty ride back. Good evening. Please meet us in the dining room. Yes, sir. Given. So... Not sure if Evan is gonna make it back to the dining room. Seemed pretty busy drinking and drinking some more. Offer help? Offer Evan help? No. Take whiskey. No. So... guess I could go back inside. But I'm not really done investigating yet. Is there anything different in here? Doesn't look like it. Can I get water? Nope. Can I put salt in bird bath? No. Yeah, I do still hope that I didn't softlock myself with the having put the salt in the water before. Settle into a chair around the dining table. Ah, Nancy, there you are. We're about to get started. Where's Mr. Richards? Don't worry. Mr. Richards needs time to be alone with his thoughts. I'll probably be here in a bit. And where's Nathan? Never mind, Nancy. This here's Ranger Murdoch. He was out on patrol by the train station, lucky for us. Told him about poor Margot. He said he wouldn't mind stopping by and filing a report. Report? Whatever for? Should have fit and died. Bury her and be done with her. Gives me the creeps having a dead body around. Sure, nothing's amiss. But how could I turn down Jack's hospitality? I'll take a look, file a report of the death, and save old Doc Travers a trip up here. What about the bridge explosion? Do you have any news about that? Bridge explosion? News doesn't travel very fast in these parts. I'm out in the bush most of the time. Of course. I was so distracted by Margot's death I completely forgot to mention the bridge to Ranger Murdoch. Anyway, I sent a telegraph to the closest town. I'm sure the appropriate authorities are handling it. I'm sure. Bears and raccoons are more my jurisdiction. Not much happens out this way. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a look at Miss Margot and be on my way. Sounds good. My, it's late. You must be bushed. I'll get you set up in the spare room upstairs. Are we done here? I'm dreadfully tired. I'm tired as well. Nessa and Corvus leave the table after exchanging what seems to be a series of impatient looks. Ah, means tired. Makes sense. Kelly follows soon after, seemingly unwilling to appear rude by leaving first. By the time Jack shows the ranger to the spare room, you realise a lot of time has passed and Mr. Richards still hasn't turned up. I should check up on Mr. Richards. Excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. Where is Mr. Richards? He looks like he got pushed in the river, or he fell. Escalations. You're shocked to see such disarray. Don't like the look of this. Well, well, well. Seems Mr. Richards might have had an accident. Look down. Waterfall? Nope. Examine glass. Glass has been knocked over, its contents spilled onto the jetty. What a waste of good Canadian whiskey. I think you can see an oily mark on the outside of the overturned whiskey glass. Could be a fingerprint. Okay. Dust glass. Carefully dust the overturned drinking glass for prints and reveal a fingerprint. I better be careful and not stray too close to the edge. Get fingerprint. Okay. Compare prints. On close examination, you conclude this is Evan's fingerprint. Makes sense. I did see Mr. Richards drinking out of the glass earlier. Fingerprint of the glass jar belongs to Nessa. Look at bottle. Look at jetty. Scuff marks, shoe prints. There are also splashes of spilled liquid. There's broken glass scattered across the jetty. Some of it looks like it may have once been the crystal decanter. Some may be from the drinking glass. Yikes, whatever happened here doesn't look like it was a serene encounter. Dust decanter. 2 fingerprints. Okay. Compare prints. Evans and Nessa's fingerprints on the crystal decanter fragments. Is there any evidence of Mr. Richards' movements on the jetty? Should take a closer look and try to find some of his footwear. Would be helpful to learn Mr. Richards' shoe size. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? I'll need everyone's shoe size before I can figure that out. Fingerprint belongs to Nessa. Yeah. Look at shoe prints. There's a shoe print made in the spilled liquid. Not sure whose it could be. Could belong to Mr. Richards. So I can't... Wait. What? There are scuffs, shoe prints, and the brass. And some tree branches are snapped off. A note has been added to a notebook. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Look at tree. I'm convinced whatever happened at the jetty continued in this part of the woods. See scuffs and shoe prints in the grass. You also see some freshly broken branches. Don't like the look of this. Get hair? It is hair. Okay. Take some of the long brown and grey hairs. Might be useful bits of evidence. Hello? Oh, and there's something glinting on the ground. Signs of a struggle continue in the area around the smokehouse. Scuff marks and shoe prints continue along the path into the smokehouse. The door is shut tight, but you can hear some noises inside. Eek. Look at round. Sparkles. Something round and metallic shining on the path. Looks like a button. There. Have I saved yet? I think I have, but I'm gonna do it again. Because I might be confronting a murderer in here. Oh. Nancy, I'm busy here. Please step outside. Nathan is frantically rummaging in the smokehouse. Nathan, where's Mr. Richards? What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. I don't have any helpful information. Please leave me to figure this out. Of course. On one hand, I'm relieved I didn't stumble onto anything ghastly. On the other hand, where's Mr. Richards? What happened to him? I'll need to come to some conclusions and present them to Nathan. Maybe then he'll let me in the smokehouse so I can continue my investigation. I wonder who dropped this metal button that I found near the smokehouse. Going to need to figure out who was involved in the scene I found at the jetty. Okay. Dust metal button. Fail seed. Any fingerprints. Fine. No fingerprints on the button. Sleep is overrated anyway. Especially when everyone keeps getting murdered in this house. Right, shoe sizes. Look at shoes. Women's boots or men's boots? Look at women's boots. They're quite petite with a small heel. They're made of black leather with rubber soles and appear well used and maintained. Okay. Look at men's boots. Size 12 and have rubber soles and rounded toe boxes. They're very worn, made of faded brown leather. Wonder if these are Mr. Richards' boots. Look at boots. Look at shoes. Salmon. Men's boots. Take a closer look at the men's boots in the right-hand cubby. You can clearly see the initials ER written on the inside. Small letters above. In small letters above the number 12. Okay, so Evan has shoe size 12. They belong to Mr. Richards. Rubber soles, too. Appear at the men's boots in the left-hand cubby. Marked with a J, size 12. So that would be Jack. Right. Must be Jack's boots. They have leather soles. Scuff marks I found on the jetty were made by rubber soles. The rubber boots belong to Mr. Richards. He's a practical man. He was wearing a similar pair of brown boots last time I saw him at the jetty. I think he was forcibly dragged away. Need to examine the scuffs by the smokehouse more closely. That'll reveal something. Mr. Richards wears size 12. He didn't make the shoe prints around the jetty. Jack's feet are size 12. Who knows what Nessa's shoe size is? Kimmy wears size 6.5. I guess I already know that. Yeah. She wasn't involved, but a relief. Corvus likes to sit on the bench outside the study. Maybe he's left behind some shoe prints. Yeah, already examined those. Albert could be mixed up in all of this. Need to find out his shoe size. Nathan could have made those shoe prints. Can't rule him out. Have I seen Nathan walking in an area where he could have left shoe prints? I think so, not too long ago. Type size check. Okay. How to place anyone else at the jetty? I need to know everyone's shoe sizes. Right. Examine women's boots. Make out the letter M. And it's size 5.5, not 55. So that would be Margot. .5. Confirms these belong to Margot. She wears 5.5. Okay. Open cabinet. Open drawer. Empty. Look at jacket. Trusty grey wool coat. Little bit threadbare. It was your mum's. Right, that's hers. Look at coat. Look at jacket. Look at clothes. Various items of clothing. And look at scarf. Look at hook. Look at... or just examine clothes. Nope, still the same coat. Fine. Might have given information about whose button that might have been. So, need to find some more shoe prints. Look at mud. Nathan and Jack have left shoe prints all along the riverbank. Examine shoe prints. Shoe prints on this side are large and freshly made. Size 16. Okay. So... Missing Albert, Nessa, and technically Corvus for now. Look at Mudge. Don't see shoe prints. There. Salmon prints. Salmon shoe prints. Size 14. Okay. But I already know that now. Look at Corvus's shoe prints. Open door. Things are really getting out of hand around here. Nobody in here anymore. Guess I should search the study. Oh, yeah, someone's been through here. This is Evan Richards' well-appointed study. The floor is littered with papers. Look at papers. Contents of the desk have been strewn all over the carpeted floor. At a glance, the papers are old guest receipts from the lodge's glory days, as well as some general bookkeeping. Someone has inconsiderately stepped on some of the papers too. Get paper. Take paper. Examine shoe print. There. Someone has stepped on one of the documents and created a very clear imprint. I already know Kimmy's shoe size, so this must belong to Nessa. Shoe prints are definitely from a woman's shoe, judging from the heel. None of the men have feet nearly this small. Shoe prints are a size 8. Okay. Shoe size 8. Should take a closer look at the scene at the smokehouse. You think you can discern oily spots on one of the papers. Okay, just paper. Though you're reluctant to soil the papers with soot, you decide the situation merits it. After carefully applying a bit of soot, you find a fingerprint. Oh, several fingerprints. Get prints. And compare prints. Let's see. Glass jars. Nessa. Set of fingerprints. Lifted from the documents. Belongs to Richards, which... Oh, one of them belongs to Richards. The other is Nessa. Alright. Look at cabinet. Search. cabinet. Full of curios. Salmon cabinet. Yep. All right. This door. I'm just leaving a mess. There, time to close some doors. Makes it easy to see when one of them has recently been opened. Because that way I know it wasn't me. Okay. Time to examine those shoe prints near the smokehouse. Didn't close this door. Yeah, I don't think anything happened in here. Okay. Salmon shoe prints. Size 14 and size 8. So... size 8 would be Nessa. Size 14 would be Corvus. Well. Appears someone is wearing size 14. Need to examine the scuffs more closely. Salmon scuffs. Lead into the smokehouse. That's all. Okay. Whose shoe prints are these? Yeah, I already know what Corvus's size is, though. So... need to learn everyone's shoe size. Go to the jetty. Oh. Look at ground. Sparkles. Salmon sparkles. They're only visible in the moonlight. They're impossible to examine closely. Big mud. Gap sparkles. Minuscule specks are no larger than grains of sand. You can only see them because of the light hitting them. Can't pick them up. Fine. Examine shoe prints. Size 14. Salmon scuffs. Appear to lead away from the jetty into the woods. And they were made by rubber-soled shoes. Mr. Richards wore rubber-soled shoes and boots. Scuffs were likely made by him. He didn't jump or fall into this fierce current. He was likely dragged away from the river. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? Yeah. So, why isn't this counting as me knowing Corvus's shoe size? I don't really watch movies that much. I just find them a bit too short to get, like, attached to the characters in movies most of the time. So, yeah. I tend to prefer shows. Salmon. Shoe prints again. Salmon bench. Look at bench. Shoe prints by the wooden bench. They look very fresh. They were made a few hours ago at most, due to the shade provided by the bench and nearby trees. Shoe prints. That's why the shoe prints are here. Nowhere else. Okay. Salmon shoe prints again. No, still doesn't count as knowing Corvus's shoe size. Look at shoe prints. Look at mud. I mean, I clearly know that's Corvus's shoes. Not sure what that message was. Don't know. Guess I'll save again. Oh, open doors. Faint noises coming from the closet. Sounds like someone's in there. Muffled by the closet door, you can hear movement in the upstairs closet. Oh, pardon me. Stumbled upon the ranger rummaging in the closet. Ranger Murdoch, what are you doing in here? Miss Maple, is it? You certainly gave me a start. Jack directed me to the bathroom, but I don't seem to be in the right place. I'm used to being in the wilderness, but a bucket doesn't seem that appropriate as a bathroom, eh? Ah. Bathroom is across the hall from the spare room. Ah. Thought Jack said across from the stairs. My mistake. Excuse me. Sure. Use key on... Oh. Unlock trunk. Blue trunk is a big padlock that requires a key, which you don't have. Okay. Do I have the key for this one then? I thought I had a silver key from examining the body. Did I not pick it up? Really now? Fine, downstairs I go. I found the key, but I didn't take the key. There. Salmon body. Get key. Okay. And exit. Let's try that again. Well, too late now. I can go back again. I mean, like, open mouth? She didn't choke to death. Her tongue isn't swollen. As far as you can tell, nothing lodged in her windpipe. Examine hands. Scaly areas. Take hair? We took a few strands of her hair from her edge. Don't think I can make much use of this, but it might come in handy later. Especially if her death is suspicious. Okay. That's all I can think of. Well, like, we're in... like, what was it, like 1914, and she's not exactly an expert at this, so... So... Back upstairs. And unlock trunk. Silver key in the trunk doesn't fit. Has a big padlock. Unlock trunk. Doesn't fit. There. Hey there, Nancy. Full house, isn't it? If you're looking for the ranger, he should be in the bathroom across the hall, freshening up. Ask about Margot. Nancy, please, I don't want to think about or discuss Margot. Thought of her body down in the root cellar gives me the willies. Sure, things will look better in the light of day. Sure, Nancy, whatever you say. Ask about Evan. Do you know where Mr. Richards is? Last I saw him, he was sitting by the jetty, looking morose. He's not there anymore, and it looks like there was a struggle. Jack seems to be purposefully preoccupying himself with the blanket. Mr. Richards will often go out on walks in the evenings. I'm sure that's what happened. Are they all just, conspiring to kill everyone in this house? Nancy, please, stay indoors and keep to yourself. For your own good. Yeah, I always take walks where I drag both of my feet simultaneously. Yeah, it's like ice skating, but on mud. Totally do that all the time. Okay. Looks as expected. But empty. Voices from the doorway. What government agency did you say sent you, Mr. Esper? Your government sent me. The specific name of the agency escapes me. Here, have the documents. I trust they're in order. Thank you. Let's see. Yes, those look just fine. Of course they do. May I see your identification papers? There's a pause in the conversation. Even with the aid of the drinking glass, you strain to hear what comes next. See here, officer, I'm a very busy man. I don't have time to root about in my documents to produce my identification papers at the moment. I'm here because my government is doing a favour to your government, yes? Strong international relationships are vital, especially the times to come. Doubtless, you are aware of the current state of world affairs. I am. So if I were you, I'd take a step back and turn your attention to the dead woman in the cellar. Which is, after all, the reason you're here. Of course. Have a good evening, Mr. Vesper. So much for Canadian hospitality. Ah. Oh, Miss Maple, good evening. Good evening. And off he goes. Okay, so that was in the servants' quarters. And that was Albert and Murdoch. Murdoch questions Albert about who sent him and asks for ID. Albert produces documents, but no ID. Okay. So, what do we have here? Nobody here. Oh, shoes. Examine shoes. Size 14. Peer into the shiny, well-maintained shoes. Thanks to the loop, you can read the shoe size printed on the inside, even though it's a bit faded. C. Size 14. Seeing as they're set down by Corvus's bed, I think it's safe to assume they're his shoes. Yep. Pretty safe to assume that. She's just writing something. Talk to Kimmy. Hi, Nancy. Something wrong? I think it's time to move on. I feel like I've worn out my welcome here. Why do you say that? People here are so unfriendly, rude even. I'd prefer birds and the great outdoors. Not to mention poor Margot. The lodge is full of so much tension. Angry, muffled voices, slamming doors. I'm going to head to bed soon. Maybe things will look better in daylight. Hope so, Kimmy. Good night. Good night. Okay. Looks perturbed. She's sitting at the coffee table, drawing in her sketchbook. Okay. Here's someone moving around in the walk-in closet. Hear rustling and clattering and muttering voices. Close door. Fine, I guess I'll just confront them. Well, what are they doing in here? Hello? Don't you dare touch a thing. I'm looking for my ruby brooch, the one Margot stole. I can help you look for it. Not on your life. You'll just pocket it for yourself. Get out of here. Cabinet. Yes, I'm just looking at it. Fine. Open drawers. They're locked. Unlock drawers. Slide the small silver key into the vanity's lock. It fits perfectly. Open drawers. Look in drawers. Full of various cosmetics meant for various parts of a face, and they don't interest you. One drawer holds something worthy of closer inspection. A slim wooden box with a hinged and smooth leather handle. Type exit or click exit button. Yeah. So, open box. You open the slim wooden kit. Ah! Is that the other guy's field kit? I think it is. Look at kit. Kit contains a host of mysterious objects. Of particular interest are a pamphlet, a glass bottle, a metal box, and a small ampule. What was that again? Pamphlet, bottle, box, ampule. Look at pamphlet. Printed in tiny words on fine paper. Smooth onion skin cover of the pamphlet seems to have a spot of oil on it. Dust. Pamphlet. There. Apply some powder to the cover of the pamphlet. Fingerprint. Okay. Salmon bottle. Oily marks. Dust bottle. Examine box. Oily smudges. Salmon ampule. A single-use glass vessel that prevents air from spoiling its contents. Has a label on it. It reads Salvarsan, 6 grams. Single use. Manufactured by W. Martindale. There's a smaller print near the bottom, which you can't quite make out. Salmon label. Compound contains arsenic. Administration in excess may lead to nausea, seizures, and death. Do not exceed appropriate dosage. Arsenic. Oh dear. And get the prints. Get prints from pamphlet. Get prints from box. Get prints from bottle. All right. Their prints. Okay. Documents. Comparing what you've revealed to the fingerprints in your collection, you're able to conclude the following. There. Cover of the pamphlet belongs to Margot. Discovered fingerprints on the glass bottle. One's Margot, one is Jack. Lid of the mailbox. Margot and Jack as well. Open box. I would be good at opening these types of little mailboxes. After chipping a nail, you decide to leave it alone. Open bottle. Salmon bottle. Read pamphlet. Reads Erlic's magic bullet. Weird. Open pamphlet. Yeah, open the pamphlet, revealing the many closely printed instructions inside. Salmon instructions. See a couple of marks inside the pamphlet. Read instructions. Detailed instructions on how to administer the mysterious contents of the kit. Instructions are complicated, involving sterilizing water, dissolving the yellow crystals in caustic soda, methyl alcohol. Instructions go on to say an assistant is required to help administer the injection correctly. This acidic solution ought to be injected deeply and slowly into each buttock. Ouch. Don't think I want to read any more. It's an extremely small paragraph at the bottom. You can't quite make it out. Salmon paragraph. Able to discern the following. Contains arsenic. Administration in excess may lead to nausea, seizures, and death. Don't exceed appropriate dosage. I have a bad feeling about this. Salmon works. Couple marks. Look at marks. Read. Still not entirely sure what this even is. You return the pamphlet to its proper place and close the kit. Look in drawer. Yeah, same one. Get kit. Nope. Open kit. Search kit. Anything I missed? Don't know. Close drawers. And lock drawers. Lock the vanity. Okay. Look under pillow. Look in bin. Nothing in there. Look in tub. Empty. I'm not sure if it was dust marks. Like, I don't know if I can dust the inside of the pamphlet. But it just seemed like the rest of the fingerprints were already clear enough. Can I unlock tracks? Nope. This door. Got to lock my door again. I've had more than enough of your company, Nancy. Please leave me to my work. Ask about shoes. No. Look in bin. Filled with. What do you think you're doing? Looking through my rubbish? Leave that alone. Okay. So there's stuff in the bin. Same as before. Still don't know whose button that is. Don't see any jackets or anything around. Maybe look in bin. Isn't anything? Well, it looks like there's something in there. Still don't know whose button that is. Has to be someone's button. So much going on. Cabinet. Open. Closet. There. Look in closet. Garment bags, folded overalls. Salmon. Overalls. Clean and in good repair. Look in garment bag. Open bag. Open garment bag. Unzip a bit of each garment bag and peek inside. Contains wool coats stored away for the winter. You zip the bags back up. So officially no Corvus's shoe size now. I guess maybe I can look at them while they're searching through the stuff. I can't look at the room, but maybe I'm allowed to look at them. Doesn't look as natty as he usually does. You might even go as far as to say he looks disheveled. His vest is missing one of its metal buttons. This button I picked up outside the smokehouse matches one on Corvus's vest. So this button belongs to Corvus, whose shoe prints are around the smokehouse. Corvus seems to be taking an interest in Margot's shoe collection. He's taking them off the shelves, inspecting them, shaking them, and putting them back. Look at Nessa. Rummaging through the clothes and personal items. She looks agitated. Alright, so I still need Albert's shoe size. Because technically I don't know that he isn't wearing size 14. Open closet. Look at shoes. Uh-huh. Examine shoes. Size 12. Gotten everyone's shoe sizes. Corvus wears a size 14. He was involved with in the altercation at the jetty. Nessa and Corvus's shoe prints are found leading away from the jetty. Not to mention, the shoe prints are all around the smokehouse. According to what I've deduced. Nessa and Corvus attacked Mr. Richards at the jetty and dragged him into the smokehouse. Shoe prints are all over the jetty and leading into the smokehouse. Scuff marks came from rubber sole shoes, kind Mr. Richards wears. No one else wears that shoe size. Nobody else wears shoes with rubber soles. And one of Corvus's vest buttons ended up near the smokehouse. They were discussing something about a will, but whose? I remember overhearing a conversation about them looking for Evans and Nessa's father's will. But I know their father didn't leave a will. Uh-oh. Could Nessa and Corvus be writing their own will and trying to force Evan to sign it? But how would that be of any help to them unless... Uh-oh. Satisfied with my investigation so far. Time to go inside the smokehouse and share what I've learned with Nathan. There. Let's go. And also save. So... I have plenty of evidence. So it should be quite clear. Nathan, I have a theory about what's happened to Evan. I'm listening. There's shoe prints all over the jetty and leading into the smokehouse. Yes, I saw those. I have no idea who those could belong to. I do. I did a bit of detective work and learned the shoe sizes of everyone in the lodge. You did? Well, everyone except the guy who just arrived, technically. But they were in the room together, and I guess he probably didn't do it. Whatever. I certainly did. According to my findings, I've concluded that Nessa and Corvus dragged Mr. Richards off the jetty and into the smokehouse. That makes a lot of sense to me, Nancy. But where is he now? That's what we need to find out. You're absolutely right about that. Please, let me take a look in here, and I'll see what I can find. You've done very well, Nancy. Maybe you can figure out where Evan is now. So far, I've come up empty-handed. Thanks, Nathan. I'll try not to let you down. If you find anything of significance, let me know as soon as possible. Will do. One more thing. Yes, Nancy? Nessa seems to be desperately looking for something. I'm not sure what. Well, her brooch. Probably. She's made a mess of the study. There are papers all over. Probably looking for the will? I think this has something to do with the will. I heard them talking in the parlor last night. A will? Come to think of it, they were discussing Evan's and Nessa's father's will. That was after dinner yesterday. Mr. Richards, Sr. didn't leave a will, I know that. Which means Nessa and Corvus aren't trying to get him to reveal its location. I think they want even more than that. What if Nessa and Corvus intend on creating a new will, but it's Evan's? To ensure Nessa will inherit the lodge and land after he dies. Need to go talk to Jack about all of this. Meet us in the study when you're finished here. You can tell us all about this... Urzit? Oh, fine. It's one of those words where they went, oh, there's a German word. Let's just use that. You can tell us all about this Azat's will and the mineralogical report then. Replacement is what the German word means. And it's exactly like the German word, just lowercase instead of uppercase. Anyway. Good luck, Nancy. Good luck to you too. Okay, what do we have here? Well, in German it just means replacement. So, like, replacement tire. That kind of thing. Okay. An array of smoked meat and fish. Bag of salt. Disarray, debris cover the table and floor. There might even be something on the wall. What happened here? Look at wall. Blackened by smoke. Can I get a symbol low on the wall under the table? Salmon wall. A symbol marked in something sticky and red on the smokehouse wall. Appears to be a circle within a circle. Smaller circle is copiously filled with a red substance. Uh-oh. Wonder what the symbol is painted with. It's definitely not paint. Guess it's blood. Sticky, drippy, red, bit chunky, eek. Get substance. Look at blood. No. Look at table. Stained in blood and ash. Colorful shards and debris cover the table. Salmon shards. Inspecting the Jordan almond fragments. You can see conchoidal fractures in the candy shell that remind you of the sharpest obsidian. Shiny like obsidian too. Eek. What? Get fragments? You remove the Jordan almond fragments from the table, taking great care not to pierce your skin with the jagged pieces. Look at debris. More almonds. Wickedly sharp. Candy shells are glass. Need to be careful with them. Look at floor. Glittery specks. Yellow fibers. Crumbs. Look at crumbs. Salmon crumbs. Include, they're probably from the thumbprint cookies you saw Jack baking earlier. I can even see bits of raspberry jam on them. Who would bring thumbprint cookies into the smokehouse? Look at sparkles. See glittery specks on the floor in the smokehouse. Salmon specks. Could be salt. Okay. Yeah. Specks. No. And salmon fibers. Come off a woven hempen rope. Probably due to friction. Could be that he was tied up here in the smokehouse. Uh-oh. Yeah. Fibers. Nope. Salmon wall again. Wonder what the symbol is painted with. Not paint. Yet. Chunk? Because it said it was chunky. Look at liquid. Salmon paint. Salmon. Chunk. When I leave, there's no telling who'd come here and tamper with the scene. Don't think I'm done with my investigation. I should examine the inside of the smokehouse more closely. What is the substance on the wall? I must find out. Need to tie Nessa or Corvus to the scene. Finding fingerprints would be great. Not many smooth surfaces here. Okay, examine pot. No. Examine table. Salmon barrel. Smell ball? Wondering if you'll regret it, you carefully smell the dripping, sticky-looking red symbol on the wall. Smells like raspberries. Well, that's a relief. It's raspberry jam. Okay. So they painted a... like a bullseye type symbol on a wall with jam. But why? Were they throwing candy at it? This is very strange. So, what were the other things? I'm supposed to try and tie either Ness or Corvus to this room. And maybe try and find fingerprints? Was that it? Let's see. So. Yeah, so fingerprints. Sure. Need to figure out what's happened here. Can I link anyone to what's gone on here? What are all the fragments? I already know that. Get fragments. Yeah, I already have that. So, dust for prints. Dust table. Dust barrel. Dust ball. Dust symbol. Dust pot. Large pot is already blackened, caked with ash from years of smoking meat. Trying to acquire prints from it would be fruitless. Good thought, though. Dust door? Have I tried dusting the wall yet? Can I dust the floor? So, we've got a big bag of salt, barrel, large pot, and the work table. Dust the bag. Salmon bag. Salmon salt. What? Salmon salt. Same as before. Clothes bag. Examine bag. Move table. Full table. Move barrel. Open barrel. Look in pot. Still empty. Get pot. Move pot. How am I supposed to get fingerprints in here? Or anything else identifying them? Okay, meat. At fish. I mean, I can look more at the ones I've got in my inventory, I guess. So. Margaret's hair is brittle and thinning. Okay. But yeah, I've already examined them as closely as I can. Salmon floor. Yeah, fibers. What or who could have done this? It was tied up. Cookie crumbs. Right. Get crumbs. Salmon. Crumbs some more. Examine jam. Get jam. No. Move the salt. I mean, I've got footprints leading all the way up to the door. Is that not good enough? Look at shoe prints. Examine door. Closed door. Really? Dust almonds? Yep. Indeed. Partial fingerprint. Pretty sure they're more likely to leave a fingerprint on that table than on the almonds, but... Okay. Get print. Get fingerprint from almond. Okay. And... hair fingerprints. Let's see. You conclude Nessa crushed the almonds. I think I figured it out. Nessa crushed the almonds on the table, but why? I have no idea. Are they particularly dangerous to anyone in the lodge? I should ask around. Judging from the frayed rope, I think Richards would have been tied up here in the smokehouse after he disappeared from the jetty. Partially freed himself, painted a symbol with raspberry jam. Took care to conceal the symbol under the table. Could indicate where he was taken next. Symbol looks like the thumbprint cookies that Jack was baking. Middles were filled in with raspberry jam. Remember Jack saying Richards likes to stash cookies in his pockets. Found cookie crumbs. Symbol is made using thumbprint cookies. Cookie crumbs. Maybe someone else would know what the symbol means. I should ask around. Alright. Open door. I'm free. Fine. So I need to start deleting saves. Okay. Delete that one. I'll delete a couple more from the start, I think. There. It's a bit tedious to keep scrolling to delete them from the bottom of the list. It would be nice to be able to do that a bit quicker. Because I don't think I can use the scroll bar. It's not a bar, it's just 2 button, I think. Yeah. Oh well. Manual scrolling. There. Delete that one. And that one. And that one. Everything's fine. There. I guess that's good enough. Should be able to save at least. And... turning autosaves back on. Yep, just wanted to make sure the setting actually stayed. Alright, so I need to ask them about the symbol and about the almonds. So much going on. So, I think they said I should find them in the study. Yes. So, talk to, let's do Jack first. I have a theory of what happened in the smokehouse, but I still don't know where Mr. Richards was taken. Need to find out what the symbol in the smokehouse could mean. I should ask someone. Ask Jack about the symbol? Saw a strange symbol in the smokehouse. I think Mr. Richards was kept there for a bit before being moved somewhere else. I was hoping you'd know what the symbol means. A circle within a circle. The innermost circle is filled with red. Red? You mean like blood? Oh, didn't mean to scare you. The red is actually raspberry jam. Well, why didn't you say so? Phew. Symbol is painted with raspberry jam. It's kind of round. Reminds me of the thumbprint cookies I baked for him. You can never remember the Swedish name for them. That. Means raspberry cave. So he was taken to a cave, I guess. Raspberry cave, like a mine. A garnet mine, not granite mine. Uh-oh. Ask about mine. Settlers have mined these lands before. They mined garnets that they crushed into abrasive powder. Once it became unprofitable, they left. That was about 30 years ago. We've worked hard to raise the vestiges of those mines and restore the wilderness to its natural state. Still, the area is dangerous and best avoided. Those were before my time. Don't know where the mines are, so don't bother asking. Dangerous places, stay away. Okay, ask about almonds. Don't like candy. Evan loves candy, but keep those away from him. He's been allergic to nuts ever since he was a child. His parents learned this when he got a red itchy rash from coming into contact with a minute amount of almonds. Didn't even eat them, merely touched them. Doctors warned the family if he were to ingest almonds, the result could be fatal. Oh dear. Nessa brought those almonds with her. She knows all about Evan's allergy, of course. Very unpleasant woman. Mr. Richards is allergic to nuts. Could it be Nessa was trying to weaponize them to use against him? Maybe that's why Nessa brought the almonds in the first place. Could have been scheming this entire time. Oh yeah, Nessa brought some almonds and put them in a bowl in the parlor. She knows Mr. Richards is allergic to them ever since they were kids. Pretty inconsiderate, if you ask me. Nessa could seriously threaten Mr. Richards' life with those Jordan almonds. Would you go that far? Yes. Talk to Jack. You breathlessly tell Nathan and Jack your theory about what happened in the smokehouse, ending with your belief Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. I think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. Those have been sealed shut for decades, which makes them a perfect place to hide someone. Uh-oh. Should drive out there and check just in case. I agree. I'll take some time to prep the automobile to the carriage house. I'll meet you there. I'm gonna fetch Ranger Murdoch. Stay put here in the lodge, Nancy, in case Mr. Richards comes back. Probably won't. So, They're leaving. I'm not going to just wait around here. I'll convince Jack and Nathan to take me with them. They need all the help they can get. Before I head out, I should check in with the other people in the lodge. Yes, that. Time to save again. It hasn't really been auto-saving in a while. I mean, shouldn't any of them be, like, asleep by now? Nobody here. Guess I'll close the door from the inside. Nobody here. Nobody here. Okay. Look at this room. Nobody here. Nothing there. Nothing. Nope. So, what do we have up here? Jack has set up the spare room as a makeshift bedroom for Ranger Murdoch. Yeah, I don't really see anything. No personal items or anything like that. Jack said Murdoch would be in here. Wonder where it could be. Oh. The big blue trunk's lid is up and the padlock is hanging open. I wonder what was stored in there. Look in trunk. Old threadbare linens. Lining the interior and obscuring the trunk's bottom. By feeling around inside, you discover a bullet and a blasting cap. My father was in construction. I know a blasting cap when I see one. Why would Albert put these in here? Jack let Albert store his things in the trunk. He wanted to lock this all away. Same as how he demanded to stay in Jack's room, the only room with a lock. Seems Albert was concerned about keeping his secrets. And he's armed. Uh-oh. Okay. Get bullet. Get cap. So, used to detonate large explosives. You don't say. There's only one left. Maybe I should take a closer look at Albert's room. Maker's mark is imprinted on the tin. It's a brand commonly used in Toronto. My father was in construction, so I know what these look like. Kids would sometimes play with them, not me, other kids. It's likely Albert purchased these in Canada. They tend not to get shipped overseas because they're fairly hazardous materials. It's hard to tell the design printed on the lid. You can see an oily smudge. Well, convenient. Don't know enough about bullets to learn more information. It's a bullet. Okay, can I dust the bullet? Nope. Just the cap. So get print from. Wait. Huh? Did I not manage to lift the print? Drinking glass. Crystal decanter. Yeah, right. From cap. Did it not work? No need to lift the fingerprint. Fine. So, close door. What's happened here? Albert's room is a mess. Clothes are hanging haphazardly in the wardrobe. The waste paper basket is full of papers. And his luggage is gone. Look at books. Get books. Look in bin. Crumpled papers. They don't appear to have anything written on them. A strip of telegraph tape lying just outside of the waste paper basket on the carpeted floor. Get tape. Read tape. Reads as follows. Carl. Carl L. proceed to SOO? Or whatever that's supposed to mean. Proceed to place or person with package, deliver package by 3 a.m. Await further instructions. Yeah, so it's his name isn't Albert, his name is Carl, and he speaks German. Well done in Crimson. Well done in Crimson. What does that mean? What on earth is Carl L? Well, that would be Albert. Search drawer. Nothing. Look in cabinet. Look in closet. Examine clothes. Check all the pockets of garments Albert left behind. On the last jacket pocket you find a train ticket stub. Examine ticket. Get ticket. Examine ticket. Pay more closely at the train ticket. It's from Albert's journey up to Crimson, but same coach as me and Kimmy. He said it was in the first class car. He lied to us. Didn't see him in our car. Was he concealing himself? Uh-oh. Thankfully, I've got my field kit up on the luggage rack. See that old brown leather suitcase? Oops. Ah, yes, I see it. What does the field kit contain? Among other things, the field kit includes hardness picks. These are the most important tools for all my work in Crimson. They have tips of different hardnesses, ranging from 2 to 9. Hardness picks with the number 9 tip is indispensable for this trip. They'll scratch just about anything except for diamonds. I'm so glad to have these tools with me, otherwise I'd be up a creek without a paddle. Indeed. Good luck with your work in Crimson. Thanks. Can't wait to get started. Great conversation to have in a crowded train. You and Kimmy chat for a bit longer before dozing off. Presumably the guy in the back with the newspaper. That's Albert. Elegant. Uh-huh. Expertly hidden. So, yeah, he took the suitcase. Makes sense. And then went to hide somewhere else in the train. Oh no, he just threw it out. That's so mean. What a mean guy. Albert, he was in the train car after all. I remember the smell of those cigars, the ones he's been smoking in the lodge this whole time. Got rid of my field kit to obstruct my investigation. Well, yeah. Look under it. Looks like there's something under there. A cylinder wrapped in red paper is partly concealed under the bed. Wonder what that could be. Get cylinder. You retrieve the red cylinder from under Albert's bed. Uh-oh. It's a stick of dynamite. Yep, it's a stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. Dynamite is not a standard piece of mineralogical equipment. He stored blasting caps in the blue trunk and dynamite in his luggage, it seems. I'm starting to think he's not a mineralogist after all. You don't say. Think I'm getting the picture here. Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he's headed to the, locks to sabotage them with explosives. Found a bullet and blasting caps in the blue trunk. He's probably armed. He's fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew to store his dynamite and blasting caps separately. That doesn't bode well. I think he tossed my luggage out of the train to eliminate my field kit, so I couldn't interfere with his sham fieldwork. He was in the train car with me and Kimmy. His train ticket stub proves that. I do remember the smell of his particular brand of cigar. Need to head to the carriage house and tell Jack and Nathan and Ranger Murdoch. Yeah, that. But I also want to look around. No changes here. Guess I'll save again. Okay. No, I'm not going to use the blasting cap. But also, side note, use is not used in this game. As it keeps on reminding me. Need to be more specific than that. Yeah, she's just asleep. Good for her. But she is now carrying dynamite and a blasting cap in her pocket. Seems like a great idea. Margaret told me Nessa's ruby brooch is hidden somewhere in here. Nessa tore the room apart looking for it. I wonder if it's still here. Open closet. In closet. You wrap your knuckles lightly on the walls of the wardrobe, listening for hollow sounds that would indicate a hidden compartment. Nothing hidden in here. Look in closet. I tried to do the other one. Look in closet. Nope, that's the it. Fine. Salmon clothes. Examine stool. Examine bench. Look under and around the fancy bench. Nothing is stuck on the underside, nor in the upholstery. Look behind mirror. Nope. Look in drawer. Blouses. Brooch isn't in there. Look in drawers. Okay. And isn't in there. Look in hats. There's a yellow hat, green hat, blue hat, teal hat. Examine yellow hat. Take the yellow hat down. You can see why Nessa didn't bother inspecting the hats. They're high up and hard to reach. The mannequin heads are surprisingly solid and heavy, not hollow, leaving no room for hidden items. I'll still check. Examine green hat. I mean, maybe it's behind it. Made of painted hardwood. The brooch couldn't be stuck in them. Shaking the head is all that would be required to check if the brooch was in there. Okay. Salmon blue hat. Your arms are starting to ache from straining them to the limits to reach for the hats. Wonder if your efforts will prove fruitful. Starting to doubt it. Salmon teal hat. Color isn't faded in the slightest. The underside of the brim is the same gorgeous hue. The grunt of effort, you wrest the lost mannequin head down from the shelf. Examine it closely. Oh! Pinned to the inside of the lost hat, you find the brooch. Margaret cleverly concealed the pinned part of the brooch between the hat and its band. Carefully unpin the ruby brooch from the hat before returning the mannequin head. Glad I found it, but what do I do with it now? Guess I better find Nessa and give it back. I'll just keep it for now. Store. Salmon. Roach. How do you spell it? There. You admire the rich, much coveted pigeon blood deep red hue of the ruby mounted in the brooch. Thanks to your loop, you detect faint rutile inclusions. Gem is eye clean, that means the inclusions aren't visible to the naked eye. They're also called silk. Some of these faint lines might not be inclusions after all, they look a bit oily. Dust. Roach. And not one, but 2 clear fingerprints. Get prints from Roach. And compare prints. Fingerprint on the 10 blasting caps. Yeah. Comparing the fingerprint to your collection, you conclude Albert. 2 on the brooch. You compare them, and 1 belongs to Margot. She admitted to stealing the brooch. The other belongs to Jack. Should ask him about this. Okay. The plot keeps thickening. So, down the stairs. I wonder where Nessa and Corvus ended up. Haven't seen them in quite some time now. But I guess they might be at the mines. Just looking around, see if anything has changed. Doesn't look like it. Guess I could also check in here. Just to be sure. Doesn't look any different. Okay. Let's continue the search. Don't think I can go over the bridge. Nope. I'd assume there's nobody in the boathouse, but I'm still gonna check. Nope, nobody here. It's already closed, but it doesn't look closed. Weird door. Well, now it's closed. I've definitely found some door-related bugs in this game. Yep. What's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. Jack, what's going on? The car's gone, Nancy. I could see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. I think Albert stole the car. You hear rumbling. Is that thunder? Nope. That's Nathan. He went to go get his car. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's wasting. Let's go. Right. It's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride. It's Evan's father's old car. I've managed to keep it running decently well. The shocks are pretty stiff. Decently well. It'll be fine. Just hang on tight. Sure, it'll be fine. You'll pile into Nathan's automobile and head for the mine. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry I couldn't meet we couldn't meet under better circumstances. Understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan's in danger. I'll help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences of going off reservation. I promise. Ugh. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You do? What makes you think so, Nancy? Albert's luggage is gone. His room is a mess. It looks like he left in a hurry. Albert had said... Albert had so much luggage. And Jack said it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all that luggage himself unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving it to... I still don't know what Solox is. I'm just gonna Google it now, because I need to know. Because it keeps on saying that. It's... Not sure. So it's like a like dam type thing? If I can see that right. So stuff about ships being able to pass through the water, I think. That kind of thing. Anyway, I think he's driving there to destroy that thing. He's not a Belgian mineralogist, he's a German spy. His name is actually Carl L. Carl L. Where do you hear that name? Found telegraph tape and a stick of dynamite in Carl's room. I found a bullet and a blasting cap in the blue trunk where he was storing some of his things. I think Carl is highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed, and dangerous. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. Need to notify the appropriate authorities and follow up on this imminent threat. Oh, also, I think Albert's got a gun. He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk. She already said that. He's knowledgeable with explosives. She already said that. We're storing blasting caps and dynamite separately. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur. One that's armed and dangerous. You already mentioned that. Got it. Keep all of that in mind when you confront him, Nancy. Thank you. She does repeat herself quite a lot. Please be careful. Oh well, I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. We'll have rangers at the SO locks as soon as possible. Is it SOO locks? I don't know. Why is it 2 O's? That just makes it more difficult. Of course, first the mines, they're closer. Good idea. Telegrams travel faster than any automobile. Albert will take some hours to arrive at his destination. Nathan stops his car as close to the garnet mine as he dares. The ground is rugged, and any roads leading to and from the area have fallen into disrepair many years ago. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. Wouldn't do for Nessa and Corvus to be alerted to your presence. Consequences for Evan could be dire. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around and head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. Excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. Mine entrance has been blasted shut. Can't be where Ness and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory's wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance to the mine. they were on foot. Not to mention, this is fresh rubble. Most likely they did use this entrance, but the entrance collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Chapter 6. Confrontations. How are we going to get in? Seems like we might end up finishing this game today. We'll see. I know it's turning into a bit of a long stream, but I'm having fun. It's a murder mystery, and yeah. I do like my murder mystery games. Can't help it. So, where was I? I'm gonna grab that shovel and start digging. Jack starts digging at the rubble at the mine entrance. Got to help Jack with this. Game has auto-saved. I still prefer proper saves. I am starting to wonder how many chapters I've still got to do. But it feels like it's mostly cleared up already. Just need to get inside the mine. The abandoned garnet mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. The rubble is completely obstructing the entrance. The rubble does look fresh. Could be Ness and Corvus did enter the mine from here. Jack is here. Look at... round. An old discarded plunger detonator. A reel of wire. Get the wire. Wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. I wonder what I'm gonna do with that stick of dynamite and the blast cap and the big plunger thingy. Yeah. Disclaimer. The developer of this game assumes no responsibility or liability for any errors or omissions in any processes depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything in this game in real life. Bit spoilery, but I get it. So, use wire on plunger. Attach wire to plunger. Need to cut the wire from the reel before you can insert it into the plunger. Cut wire. You need to insert the blasting cap into the dynamite first. Okay. Insert blasting cap. Put cap in dynamite. Carefully insert the blasting cap into the dynamite. Cut wire. Need to insert the wire into the blasting cap before I insert the other end into the plunger. Insert wire into blasting cap. Insert wire into blasting cap. Stick the end of the wire into the blasting cap, which has been inserted into the dynamite. Insert wire in plunger. Cut the wire from the reel before you... cut the wire! I'm all set. Just need to cut the wire from the reel and insert the cut end in the... Yes, I know! Don't have wire cutters, you don't see any here. I wonder where I could get a pair of wire cutters. I'm so close. Ask about wire cutters. Do you happen to have any wire cutters, Jack? I do, actually. Can I borrow them? Sure thing. There you go. Wire cutters. Alright. Cut wire. Using the wire cutters, you snip the wire from the reel. Insert wire in plunger. Don't have the plunger. Get plunger. So. Insert wire in plunger. You insert the wire into the plunger, detonator. Explosive is rigged. It's time to set it off. Warn Jack? Tell Jack about explosives. Managed to cobble together an explosive to help clear the rubble. Wow, that could work. Set it up when you're ready. I'll keep shoveling at this rubble just in case it doesn't work. Set up explosives. Ready to set up the explosives. Got it, Nancy. Give me a second. Okay. It's very convenient, boulder. I'm ready. Carefully place the rigged dynamite close to the rubble. We're all set. Can we maybe move the plunger over a bit? Get plunging? Move plunger to boulder? There we go. Pretty sure that would have been a death right there. Yeah, pretty sure. Taking the plunger and placed it out of harm's way. Fortunately, the wire is long enough. Yeah, I'm gonna save. And see if you could blow yourself up. Because I need to know. Okay. Ready. Explosives. Set up. Explosives. There. I thought it auto-saved after this part, but I guess not. And push plunger. Here goes. Yeah. Oh, she fell into the lake. Nancy, maybe step back a wee bit. There, called it. So, push plunger. Here goes nothing. That was anticlimactic. Well, it was only one stick of dynamite after all. Yeah, one stick can only do so much. So, how am I supposed to get more? Okay, blasted an opening into the mine entrance. Look at entrance. There's a small hole in the rubble. I might be able to enter the mine this way. Jack won't fit, maybe you can follow later. Okay, enter mine. Okay, I can fit through. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's find this hole some more so I can go too. Evan's in danger. There's no time to lose. Keep working on the rubble, and you follow when you can. Okay, Nancy, you're the boss. Be careful, you hear? I will, I promise. Seems like a really bad idea. Wait, before you go, it's gonna be dark. Take this lantern. Jack lights the lantern and hands it to you. Got another one, don't you worry. Not the only one with big pockets. Good luck, kiddo. Thanks, Jack. You squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine. Oh, wow. It's glittering. Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on the thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're suddenly reminded of why you travelled to Crimson in the first place. The situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams look like blood. It looked like blood is beating on every surface, just waiting to fall. You shiver. Toronto feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 years away. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. Need to figure out which way NASA and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards. If indeed they came this way at all. So... Round. Covered in countless shoe prints, leading in multiple directions, preserved in a thick layer of dust. Most of these must have been made decades ago by the miners who used to work here. It's an odd feeling to see these shoe prints, almost like looking back into the past. Well, I guess all shoe prints would be made in the past. Salmon prints? No. Examine shoe prints? Some pointy-toed size 14s. Size 14 men's dress shoe prints. Impressions made by size 8 women's shoes. And size 12 men's boots. From Mr. Richards' boots. The 3 sets of shoe prints are the freshest after all. I need to track these shoe prints, discover where they went next. Ness and Corvus weren't interested in the machinery, nor did they take this path descending to the south. They moved further east. Salmon shoe prints. The shoe prints I need to follow don't lead up here. I don't have time to wander around aimlessly. So... Whoops. There. Didn't go this path. This one? No. Back to the main path. There. Nessa Corvus and Mr. Richards' shoe prints mingle with the old miner shoe prints, but are much fresher. Okay. Lead east, deeper into the mine. Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path. Hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. What was that? Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Save game capacity is full! Ah, neat. I'll just have to remember to save as soon as I can. Just as you reach the firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Great. Oh no, the lantern is out of oil. There's no turning back now. Sign your will, Evan. His arms are tied. How is he supposed to sign it? With his nose? Slight flaw in her plan. Did she forget that people usually sign with their hand, and usually with their dominant hand? Well, if he signs it while holding a pen with his teeth, it's gonna look very wonky. And probably gonna look like the signature was made under duress. Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Pa's will? Then you wouldn't have to come up with this dumb scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive. He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. This is a perfectly suitable backup plan. Much easier to forge your will. Thanks for the reminder. Too focused playing the game. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if he signs it, then obviously he's just gonna die. And if he doesn't sign it, they could just forge his signature. But I'd assume his lawyer is also still alive, so... Wouldn't you contact the lawyer you have a will with already? If you were to make a new one? Because, Anyway. If you do as you're told, you'll die quickly. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway. Exactly. Nancy's onto you. You won't get away with this. How does he know that? We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. I have to rescue Mr. Richards. My first order of business is to distract Corvus. There. Now I get to save. So, I need to delete some saves. I guess one thing you could do is somehow make it obvious the signature was forged. Like, maybe she doesn't know what his signature looks like, but, you know, if they compare it to his actual will and anything else he's ever signed before, if his signature is completely changed, then, And time to save. And turn autosaves back on. Okay, let's look around. You arrived at an open cavernous area in the mine. The path descends down to a natural platform. It appears the cave-ins have been rocking the mine. The cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rocks of various sizes litter the floor. The rockfall looks fresh too. There's a lot more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorway... The other doorways to the north and east are blocked. This is a very dangerous area. Central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged by rockfall. You see a large boulder even taller than you in the shadows nearby. You'll see a table, fire, a wheelbarrow. Move boulder. Push Yeah, rocks. Start to make a move, but the shadows aren't enough to conceal your actions. What was that? Nancy? Hey. Well. That sure was a distraction. Get her. Think I found a new death. Corvus ties you up. We have to get out of here. Maybe Nancy was followed. Yes, we do. Hungry brother, dearest? Goodbye, Nessa. Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. Ha, murders him anyway. Stuffs the almonds into Evan's mouth. Cough, cough, ack. And he's dead. Well. Nessa, what have you done? Should have done that a long time ago. Goodbye, Nancy. Corvus takes the lantern and follows Nessa out of the cavern. You're left in darkness, listening to Mr. Richards gasp his last breath. Sorry, Mr. Richards. All you can do is wait in the darkness. Feels like an eternity, and then footsteps. Think I found the bad ending. I'm here, help. Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards. Ranger Murdoch. Nancy. Mr. Richards is dead. Let's get you out of here. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Corvus got away, and so did Nessa. I'm sorry, I failed. Important thing is, you're safe. Come along. Sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. Feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The car is parked down the hill, and there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of the Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who's been rumoured to be in this area. We believe he's responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Carl. Man known as... Karl Leffler? Not really a surname I'm familiar with, but anyway. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. His operatives, directed by the German Foreign Office, have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect Carl, a man we know as Karl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the thingy while setting up explosive charges. Thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee, let's go. Okay then. I mean, I don't know much about Canada's involvement in World War I. So, yeah. Chapter 7, Conclusions. Train station is a flurry of activity. The rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Okay. Interesting. Just the man I wanted to say. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities in the place, about the impending sabotage to the thing. Yes. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm lugger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Karl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur. Would have loved to see the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. Crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it all out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero. Thanks. I'll warn you, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country. I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best. They did, Nancy, truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have we got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. I feel like I'll probably have to do this entire part twice, because I'm pretty sure there is a way to save Evan. Anyway, these folks were trying to save Mr. Evan Richards, who'd been kidnapped earlier this evening. Unfortunately, he was killed and the perpetrator, Nasser Crab, and her accomplice escaped. We'll be aggressively pursuing these fugitives. The charges against them are very serious. We'll use every resource at our disposal. Roger. Busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. Heading back to town. I'm heading back down to Toronto now. Need to meet with some higher ups immediately. Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city and be told. My reading skills are failing me. Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more travelling tonight. Not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two. Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course. There's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. Will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch. Nathan drives you and Jack back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago. Your arrival feels like it happened months ago. Feels like years ago when you last spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. Ah, my boss, my fieldwork. What am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you're awake. We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimmy. Okay. My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted. Can I load my save yet? What? Did Margot have an accomplice in the brooch theft? Yes. Yes, I suspect someone helped Margot hide the ruby brooch effectively. Yeah, I'll just skip this and load my last save. Okay, so need to figure out a way to distract Corvus. Okay. Makes sense. So, deep chasms, abundance of rocks. Rockfall looks fresh. Large boulder. You also see table, fire, wheelbarrow. So maybe I can hide behind the table? Or hide behind boulder is what I meant, not the table. Pretty good place to conceal myself. Should Corvus happen to turn his head. Get rocks. There. Pick up a plain rock from the floor. Throw rock? Be more specific. Currently carrying a river rock, a glacial rock, some granite, a plain rock. That's it. Okay. I guess I'll overwrite the other save. Or just make a new one. So, throw plain rock. Drop plain rock. Did I misspell it? Throw rock at Corvus? Aren't confident enough in your throwing range and accuracy to attempt that. Throw rock at fire? Throw rock at table? Throw rock at wheelbarrow? Throw rock at boulder? Throw rock at Nessa? Guess I can look around again. Throw rock at door. Throw the plain rock down the passage. There. What was that? Someone coming from the middle passage? Thought I heard something too. I'll take a look. Aha. Well. Corvus, what have you done, you oaf? Either Corvus is inaudible behind the pile of rubble, or unable to reply. Didn't expect that to happen, just wanted to create a distraction. Corvus? Let's see if I can free Mr. Richards while Nessa's preoccupied. 2 against 1 sounds like better odds. Maybe we can turn the tables on her until Jack arrives with help. Better be digging as hard as I am, Corvus. You always mess things up. Nessa continues to paw ineffectively through the rubble while chastising Corvus. Chastising. Whatever. It's pronouncing words. Nancy! Well, what are you doing here? I thought I did it right. Guess not. So, throw rock That door. Blah 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 blah. Okay. There. Now I save. So, how do I do this? Hide behind folder. Hide behind folder. Right. Hide next to table. Hide under table. Did I misspell table? Yes, I did. Table. Evan. Simple as that. Fine. I was just having issues walking around the fire. You frantically try to untie Mr. Richard's bonds, but you fail. Let's see. Huh. So what could I use instead? Don't really have a knife. I still have the wire cutters. Cut. Rope. Using the wire cutters, you start cutting the ropes that are binding Mr. Richards. The rope is tough, and you don't make much progress when Nessa notices you. Okay. I mean, maybe I should have gotten a knife at some point. Not sure. What could I do? So it's not the wire cutters. Attack? Ness. No. Put out fire? No. So, cutting the rope, it automatically used the wire cutters. Burn rope? No. Like, I'm thinking about cutting it with a sharp rock, but like, how'd I do that? Push. Wheelbarrow? Broken handle and is filled with heavy rocks. The front brace looks intact, but the wheelbarrow isn't going anywhere. Is there any situation where an immobile wheelbarrow could be useful? Can I turn it into a catapult somehow? I don't think so. Around again. Abundance of rocks. Dangerous area. Central doorway is blocked. Large boulder. Table. Fire. Wheelbarrow. Look at table. Old table that was left behind in the cavern. Some crushed Jordan almond pieces on the tabletop. Okay. Cut rope with almonds? No. Knife? No. No knife in this game. Well, they're very sharp, jagged almonds. Don't question it. But the guy's also super allergic to almonds, so shouldn't do that in the first place. Look at fire. It's flickering. Casts. It's flickering, and the long shadows it casts lend an air of menace to the scene. Look at wheelbarrow. Broken handle. Heavy rocks. Front brace still looks intact. Yet. Brace? No. Look at boulder. Ideal for hiding. Look at Evan. His eyes widen when he sees you. He gestures with his head to something to the right of him. Is he trying to get me to notice? Something on the table? Maybe the lantern? Look. Look at table. Look at Evan from here. Look at lantern. See a lantern set down beside a large boulder. Ness and Corvus must have brought this lantern and used it to light the fire. Now the lantern Jack has lent me is burned out. This lantern is the only way out of here. Examine lantern? Don't have the time to do right now. Yeah. Get lantern. Nancy? Fine, so I'm supposed to get the lantern. How is that gonna help me, though? What are you doing here? Just don't know when to quit, do you? When I get over there, you'll wish you You'll wish you'd never meddled. Stop coming closer and I'll throw this lantern over the edge. Ah. You need the light just as much as we do. No one can leave the cavern without it. Jack will be along shortly. It's over, Nessa. You... Ha. You can try getting away, but my dear little brother certainly can't. Don't come any closer. Stay where you are. Trying to tell me what to do? Yes. How dare you? Why did you ever set foot in Crimson? Why? If it hadn't been for you... Nessa is so overwrought she can barely speak. She stamps her foot angrily. She gonna die by... stalactite? You're ruining everything. Uh-huh. She's not very smart. All of my planning, all I've done, undone by you, you meddlesome slip of a girl. Nessa, be careful. Don't tell me what to do, how dare you. Nessa pulls out a knife out of her skirt pocket. You'll never leave here alive. Watch out. I said don't tell me what to do. Oh no. The whole mine gives a great shudder, and part of the floor gives away. Nancy! Well, there she goes. Yes, some skirts do have pockets. I have a skirt that has a pocket, so can confirm skirts with pockets exist. Yes, skirt pockets. I know. A miracle. It depends on the type of skirt, but yeah, skirt pockets. They're great. Some dresses also have pockets. And it's very exciting when you finally have a dress or a skirt that has pockets for once. So, yeah, it's a bit of a stereotype that women who have skirts or dresses that have pockets will let you know that they have pockets. Because they're difficult to find. Anyhow. Where was I? Nessa clings desperately to the edge of a now yawning chasm, which has already swallowed her knife. Ah! Nessa? Worse than useless, aimless, you're vile and dull and will never amount to anything. Ah! Nessa! You hear me? You think you won? Dumb luck is all it is. Worse than useless. Am I supposed to help her? Yeah, I feel a bit conflicted about this. Takes so long to scroll down. There. Delete that one. That one. And that one. So, Bull, what happens to nice girls? Do you think? You're a doormat. I wouldn't even bother wiping my shoes on you. Evan doesn't deserve those diamonds. Once I get out of here, the world will know about them, and I'll be rich. Help? Nessa? Oh, Nessa, do be quiet for once. There. You're welcome. Nessa gasps for breath, recovering from her near-death experience. You're stronger than you look. Thanks. Wonder if I could safely secure Nessa. Need something before I start standing up, or else she might run off. Push. Wheelbarrow? Nope. Can I look around? Look in wheelbarrow. No, nothing in there. Search wheelbarrow. Get race. Get fire. Lack the materials to make a torch, and simply carrying around a flaming log is out of the question. Can I just get the lantern again? As much as you'd like, you're not close enough to do that. I don't have the rope anymore. Oh, I couldn't use the wire. Tie up Nessa with wire. Tie up Nessa. Tie wire to wheelbarrow. What else am I supposed to do? Look at Nessa. She's trying to collect herself after her near-death experience. She's catching her breath and looks like she'll be standing up at any moment. Talk to Eben? No. I have to figure out a way to prevent Nessa from getting away. Well, other than taking the lantern... Can I push her now? No. Talk to Nessa? Nessa, are you okay? Gasp, pant. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Grab Nessa. No. Strain Nessa. Tie up Nessa. Arrest Nessa. Capture Nessa. Turn wheelbarrow. Pull wheelbarrow. Get handle. Get wheel. It feels like it has something to do with the wheelbarrow, but what? I don't get it. Look at fire again. Look at ground. Shoot prints, no surprise, they're here. Rubble, rocks, boulders. Yeah. A rock and throw it at her? No. Throw coat at Nessa. What am I missing? Tell Nessa about Roach? No. Give Roach to Nessa? No. Stab Nessa with Roach. Put out fire. No. Fight Nessa. Yeah, it feels like I've almost completed the game. It's just like, why? I don't get what the scene is supposed to tell me. Like, there's a broken wheelbarrow with a bunch of rocks in it. I can't seem to move it. There's fire, I can't put it out, and I can't take a log that's on fire. Can't get the lantern. Can't push her. Can't tie her up with the wire that I have. Get rope? No. Fall away? Yeah, can't move. Get up. Make move to get up. Nessa beats you to it. Your legs are still a bit shaky. Oh, that was fast. Nessa steps over you. She glances over at you and mutters something. You can't discern what she says. Really? Just wanna get to the load screen. There. Up, Nessa. But now what? Guess I can check the notebook. Already tried pushing her down again. Didn't work. Try to secure Nessa. Secure Nessa? What would you like to lock Nessa to? Lock Nessa to wheelbarrow. Huh? I don't have a padlock. Was I supposed to take a padlock along? Is that the thing? Was I supposed to take the padlock off of the trunk? Let's see. No. No, too late. There. And at the door. Nope, wrong room. Get lock. Retrieve the padlock, taking care not to close it. Fine, so that's what I was missing. Alright. So I have the brooch. I think I have everything else. So I guess I would need to redo that part. Because I was missing the padlock. It's just silly. So... over here. Now I skip through this entire conversation. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Should I also get the shovel? No, he's using the shovel. Right. Alright. So, put cap in dynamite. Get wire. Get plunger. And ask about wire cutters. Do I have them yet? I guess. Put wire in cap. Put wire, or cut wire. There. No. Ask for wire cutters. There. Cut wire. Put wire in plunger. And set explosives. Okay. Move plunger to boulder. And push plunger. Okay. And line in entrance. And he still needs to hand me the lantern. There. So. Examine shoe prints. Yep. There. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Time to save. So need to delete some old saves again. Let's save again. So, hide behind boulder. Get rock. Throw rock at entrance. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Get lantern. Nancy, blah 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 blah. Now we get to where she almost falls off the side of the cliff. Eventually. There. There goes the knife. Alright. And... help Nessa. And then I'll save. So, stronger than you look. Thanks. Now, lock Nessa to wheelbarrow. You hook Nessa's belt loop with the open padlock and close the padlock firmly around the front brace of the wheelbarrow. As if that's gonna stop her. Belt loops are flimsy. Might as well have tied her up with wire. What do you think you're doing? Nessa struggles to get up, but the wheelbarrow is too heavy and resists her attempts. Nessa screeches in frustration. Ah! Well, well, now that's over with, come help me with these ropes, Nancy. Alright. There. That was easy. You managed to untie Mr. Richards. Now that you have the time. Now that you have all the time in the world. Thanks, Nancy. You should try and find our way out of here, huh? Yes. Think I know the way. Hey, sis. Looks like you used some cooling off. We'll come back for you. Maybe. Sputter. Okay. Wait, do you hear that? You can hear footsteps approaching. We're in here. Help. Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch. Okay. This feels like the path to the actual proper ending. Let's see. Nathan's eyes widen slightly as his gaze settles on Nessa, sulking by the wheelbarrow. Padlock Nessa to the wheelbarrow. Oh. Suppose we should deal with that. Does he have the key to it? He kneels down, cuffs Nessa's hands together. He cuts Nessa's belt loop. Yeah. As I was saying, belt loops are... like... belt loops aren't exactly able to hold the weight of a human body. So... she could have just pulled a bit more. Like, I've had to stitch on plenty of belt loops. Because of... like... I used to attach my keys to my belt loop. On, like, a chain. And it kept breaking my belt loops. So, yeah, belt loops. They're kind of flimsy. Anyway. Cuts Nessa's belt loop with a pocket knife. Corvus is trapped behind the rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. Maybe she just has really, really sturdy belt loops for some reason. Working together, you eventually clear the rubble and free Corvus. He's a bit worse for wear, but he only has minor injuries. Murdoch cuffs Corvus just in case. Yeah, maybe. Let's get out of here. Good idea. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. I feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. Feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The car is parked down the hill. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. Yes, minor injuries. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, wasn't that quick, actually. I'll just read it again, even though we already read most of this. Not actually a forest ranger, I'm a member of the Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who was rumoured to be in this area. I believe he's responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Albert Respa, I mean Carl L. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. So, Locks. Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect Carl L., a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He's been apprehended at the canal while setting up explosive charges. Thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee, what's gonna happen to Nessa? You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Not me, that's for certain. Tch. Let go. Let's go. There. I'm gonna need several cars now. Not all gonna fit in one anymore. Taking all of them to the train station. I guess 2 of them can now be taken away. So, Chapter 7, Conclusions. Train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. Ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities about the dam thing. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a gun. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name. Karl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur, would have loved to have seen the look on his face. Probably not much. I think it's mainly just the pop quiz at the end and then the proper ending. But we'll see. All in all, some mighty fine work, Murdoch. Crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit, it was Nancy. She single-handedly figured it out, and I just passed along the information. Well then, thanks to you, Nancy Maple, you're a Canadian hero. Thanks. Might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal how vulnerable they were tonight. Or we were tonight. Could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country. Don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best. They did. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. This is Mrs. Nessa Crabbe. She kidnapped her own brother. She could have done worse and gotten away with it too, except Miss Maple here was able to detain her by padlocking her to her wheelbarrow. A rather resourceful and ingenious move, if I might say so. Thanks. I'd go through all of it again just to see the look on your face now. Mr. Corvus Shaw is her suspected accomplice. They have a lot to answer for. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. Heading back to Toronto. Miss Maple, will you join me? I'm exhausted. I think I'm up for more travelling tonight. I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. Need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two. Thank you. I'll need time. Of course. It's going to be a ton of paperwork. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from the station. Will do, thanks. And back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago. Your arrival on Crimson feels like it happened months ago. It feels like years ago when you last spoke to your boss. Yeah, my boss, my fieldwork, what am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy? You awake? We're back. Nope, she's not awake. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs. And straight into bed. My goodness, what a night. Never been so exhausted. I can relate. I've been talking for 7.5 hours straight. Climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. Your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet. You realise there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. Better make some notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could decide to just go to sleep if I wish. So, Margot have an accomplice. Yes. I suspect someone helped her hide the brooch. Who was the accomplice? Jack. Quite sure about that. Jack and Margot were thick as thieves, literally. Found the brooch in Margot's walk-in closet, pinned under a hat. After Ness and Corvus had already thoroughly searched there, including the hats. Margot was already dead by then. Jack must have hid the brooch after Ness and Corvus were finished searching that room. Should ask him about it tomorrow morning. Now about the curio cabinet. Who stole the pair of antique silver stones? Margot. Her fingerprint was the only one I lifted from the smashed cabinet. Plus she admitted to taking the silver wedding stones. It's all pretty clear-cut. She mentioned having help. Who helped her with the stones? That would be Nathan. He admitted to helping Margot hide the silver wedding stones. He's doing it for the right reasons. I promised I wouldn't tell, and I won't. Who was the imposter? Albert. Right. His geology and mineralogy books looked brand new because he'd never once consulted them. They were part of his disguise. That explains why he was examining a glacial erratic. Had no idea it wouldn't be a good indicator of geology in the area. What was Kimmy's true goal? I don't know. I guess I missed that part. No, I did not. Because in Colonel's Bequest, that's how you die. One of the ways you die. So, Kimmy's true goal. I have no clue. Birdwatching? After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain Kimmy is just a keen birdwatcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity. Are Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Friends. Conversation in the conservatory indicates they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after the first dinner. It's hard to tell if they were friendly then. I did see them shake hands. They respect each other. Margot entrusted the antique silver wedding stones to Nathan. She trusted him. Nathan was risking Nessa coming after him for those valuable antiques. Nathan was out late at night with Jack. They were both helping Mr. Richards. Heard them talking about that. Nathan and Albert had a clandestine meeting in the boathouse. Nathan had paid Albert for a mineralogical report that concluded the lodge and lands didn't contain diamonds. Nathan wasn't concerned about the truth, he just wanted to protect Crimson from becoming a mining town again. Nathan helped me and Jack to rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards is lucky to have him. Okay, what were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? Diamonds. It is possible after all. So far, it's only a hunch based on the samples I've gathered. Because I wasn't able to dissolve the salt because I did it earlier, so I think I got soft luck with that part. Anyway. I need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. Fine. I did see them gathering something shiny from the riverbank. Where did they conceal the suspected diamonds? Salt? I wish I'd found solid evidence they had hidden the diamonds in the smokehouse. Guess not. Margot and Jack. Were they having an affair? Yes, I think so. I suspect they were having an affair. I heard them in the boudoir the first night. I was at the lodge. It sounded like they were like they were up to something suggestive. Mr. Mr. Richards has been through enough already. I don't need to dig into any of that. None of my business. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? Almonds. Mr. Richards was allergic to almonds. Nessa knew that. She brought those Jordan almonds with her and filled that cut crystal bowl in the parlor. Overt as you please. Nessa wasn't just being a rude guest, she was a bully. At least you didn't get away with it. You're exhausted, you decide to go to sleep instead of pondering these questions. Okay. Yeah, I didn't do it perfectly, I know. Shame on me. Wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. You make your way down the hallway, begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Yes, yes. Thanks for the reminder. Mr. Richards is slumped in front of his plate, eyes downcast. Jack, you helped Margot steal Nessa's ruby brooch, didn't you? Found your fingerprint on it. Well, I didn't help her steal it. I helped her hide it. I think we were all sick of Nessa's shenanigans. How do you know? Found Nessa's brooch in Margot's walk-in closet, pinned under one of her hats. But that was after Corvus had thoroughly examined those hats. Someone moved the brooch after Margot died. You were close with Margot. And she trusted you with her secrets. Yeah, it was me. I had the brooch up there in the closet after Nessa and Corvus ransacked it. After Margot died. Figured it was the last place they'd check if they ever came back to the lodge to take another look. Would have kept it on me, except we were heading to the mine last night to go find Mr. Richards. Who knows what could have happened. Didn't want to get caught with the brooch and charged with theft. We planned to sell the brooch to help pay for the lodge's upkeep. It isn't cheap. Nessa was trying to lay claim to the whole place, but she'd never lifted a finger to take care of it, nor sent a dime. I actually think that's a pretty good idea. What do you think, Mr. Richards? Sounds good to me. That would be a nice thing for Nessa to indirectly do. She certainly wouldn't intentionally do anything good for anyone else. You hand the ruby brooch over to Jack. Thanks, Nancy. Maybe I can get a new mop. Her secrets. Did you hear us in the boudoir the first night? You flush a bit. Yes, I did. Must have sounded odd. We're just friends, I swear. You mean Margot's Silverson treatments? You knew about that? Sure did. Jack helped her with that every night. I couldn't. Too squeamish. The injections were very painful for her. Couldn't stand to do them. Oh, that makes me feel better about that. Margot knew Nessa and Corvus would rummage through her things. Her vanity has a lock. She suspected it wasn't secure. In fact, she suspected it had been tampered with already. I kept the brooch in my pocket for a bit, but when we were fixing to head to the garnet mine, I didn't want to bring it with me. So I nipped upstairs to her giant closet and pinned it on the underside of one of her hats. Figured, should Nessa and Corvus return? Yeah, he already said that. Kimmy, I'm sorry your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension. I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margot was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here, despite everything. And you, Mr. Richards. Yeah? I can see why you love Crimson so much. I love it too. Ah, that's real nice. Thanks, Gimme. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you, that means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? About the set of silver wedding stones? I've brought them back this morning, now that they're out of Nessa's reach. I really appreciate Nathan keeping them safe for me. Don't worry, he told me all about that when Margot did. It told all about what Margot did. Fine. They're right about me. I would have just given them to Nessa to make her stop harassing me. Story of my life. Never again. I was in the boathouse when you had your meeting with Albert. You were? Where? In one of the canoes, but never mind that. I saw and heard you by a phony mineralogy report from Albert. But one day I'll figure out how to pronounce that word, but probably not today. Anyway, I feel like you had Mr. Richards' best interests in mind. Could you please explain that to me? Of course. I did that because I had Mr. Richards' best interests in mind, and mine as well. They sure like to repeat themselves. What's all this about? Didn't want trouble for you, Evan. Yes, I did pay Albert to write a report that stated there were no diamonds on the lands around the lodge. That would make the land worthless to Nessa, and she would stop bothering Evan and go home. Albert seemed to be not who he said he was. I met mineralogists. I still think I'm getting the pronunciation way wrong. It's fine. But he was not one of them. I had a feeling about him too. He was perfectly willing to prepare the documents to say what I wanted for a price. Still have it with Albert's signature and official seal. With Evan's permission, I plan on mailing it to the federal government, so we can be free of these troubles once and for all. Yeah, let's do it. I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? Mr. Richards, Nathan, and Jack exchange meaningful looks. I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw you two last night. Collected a sample from that area. Nancy, there are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for the ones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground. Soil erosion also reveals them. Every so often, we have to go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Evan used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Yeah, but it wore my back down. So now it's up to Jack and Nat. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep, even then. Yeah, until that fish swallowed a whopper of a diamond. And that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble that was. My goodness, I see. Nancy, we know your fieldwork is very important to you. And we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. I can only ask you to think about what news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now. I do too. Me too. So did Margot. What'll happen now? That'll depend on you, Nancy. You all pile into Nathan's automobile, except for Mr. Richards, as there isn't enough room in the four-seater. He says he'd like some time alone anyway. He gives you and Kimmy a nod and turns away. The car trundles away from the lodge. You crane your neck one last time to take a look. I'm really going to miss this place, in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is... what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again. Repaired enough? You are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Traveling light. Thanks to Albert. Okay. Well, actually, Carl. Anyway. Nancy, the train's gonna leave soon. Be well. Oh, but what about Kimmy? I've talked it over with Evan, Jack, and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit. Been so tense here. It's been so tense here. I want to relax and enjoy the birds. And the fall migration is starting in a few weeks. And the leaves will be changing colour. I've promised Jack that I'll help with the lodge's chores to earn my keep. Wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. Miss all of you. Thanks for letting me stay with you. Please, thank Mr. Richards too. We'll let him know. You're made of pretty tough stuff, Nancy. Jack's been telling me how brave you were down in the mine. We're grateful for all you've done here. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on. The train's not gonna wait forever. Right. Okay. They're all waving in sync. You stare out of the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. Crisp and refreshing as it is. This far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down in Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. Feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. Can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Yes. Would like to be privy to some helpful introspective thoughts, yes or no? Guess I can look at them. If they were even added or not. Are they all the way at the end? Type yes or no. Well, yes. Anyway, I guess I missed my chance. Whatever, it'll just stay a mystery. But if I type yes now? Ponder your thoughts you had the previous night. If I'd confronted Jack with hard evidence, I might have gotten a confession. Albert was an imposter, no question about it. He was definitely not who he said he was. Glacial Erratic was not relevant. Albert's actions didn't help his charade. What about his words? Any written proof he wasn't an expert? Pretty sure Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend. Did I miss important details? What about the time Jack and Nathan met up in the carriage house? Could there have been a way to listen to them discuss things? So I guess I missed that. I should have climbed up on the hay thingy. Anyway, could I have hidden somewhere? Did Nathan stand to lose anything by helping Mr. Richards? Wasn't at the dining room meeting with Murdoch. I was going to ask Jack at the time. He didn't seem to want to address that. Maybe if I asked him about Nathan after the meeting, or Nathan himself, I would have learned something interesting. I collected some rock salt from the bag. Is there something more than salt in this? Do I really think Margot and Jack were having an affair? What could they have been doing in there late at night? Unlocked Margot's vanity drawers. I mean, I just figured they were also having an affair in addition to him helping her with her medical issues. But anyway, yeah, unlocked the vanity drawers. Maybe I'll learn more if I take a closer look inside. Okay, so I was missing something. Anyway, feeling Corvus's satchel contained something important that I overlooked. Area between the jetty and the smokehouse probably could have used further scrutiny. Can't think of much else, actually. Turn your attention towards the impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. As for Margot's death, Ranger Murdoch could have been helpful. Could have told him about my investigation into Margot's death. Maybe Ranger Murdoch could have helped me figure out Margot's illness if I told him about it. Maybe Margot was killed by something she ate or drank. Perhaps her drinking glass was worth a closer look. After a good deal of mulling over, you conclude... I think that's all. You fall quickly into a deep, dreamless sleep. She really likes falling asleep everywhere. Anyway. Don't awaken until the train pulls into the station. Pretty. Looks like an actual real place. Ranger Murdoch meets you at the station as arranged. Ranger Murdoch. Hello, Nancy. Good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest? No, thanks, either. I'm eager to have my interview. Let's go. Right, follow me. No, she doesn't need rest. She already slept on the train for most of the way. Alright, you look over at the wanted posters and see a familiar face. Face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's Margot, but she looks scared and angry. And the name is different too. The Margot you knew was at peace, kind and caring. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. Poster lists her offences as assault, theft, racketeering, public nuisance. Nancy? Sorry, lost in thought. Ah, yes, the person on the most wanted list. That person has been on the list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place. Sometimes who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. Sometimes if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could get stuck with all sorts of trumped up charges. Does she look familiar to you? I don't recognize her. Totally not. Well, let's begin. Suddenly, the door bursts open to reveal your boss, Professor Plummer. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. Heard your train had come in. We're in the middle of a confidential interview. My apologies. Might be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in crimson? I must know. Yes or no? No. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. Managed to obtain some good samples, though. I think I'll be able to produce a good report for my fieldwork. Just won't be very exciting. Sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready. And I'll help you with your report. Thanks so much, Professor. Take care, Nancy. See you soon. Back to the interview. Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept confidential. I appreciate it. We've detained Nessa in connection with Evan's kidnapping and attempted fraud. According to Mr. Richards, he was assaulted at the jetty. It was dark out and he was rather inebriated. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa at the jetty? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? Are there multiple points to make? We'll discuss them separately. One-word answers will suffice. I think yes. Or multiple? Not sure that's relevant. Anything else to show me that could connect her? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? Multiple points. We'll discuss them separately. One-word answers. Yes. What evidence? Fine. So, fingerprint. fingerprints. Fingerprints on the decanter. Was made of thick glass, wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan, during which she forcefully threw the decanter down, causing it to break. Well done. Investigation found the broken decanter. Find anything besides... yes, and that would be... shoe prints. Didn't find any shoe prints. Fine. Attract Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet Mine. Anything to share that could connect them in areas other than the jetty? Yes. What evidence? Button. Fine. Yes or no? Yes. Button. No? I already said yes. So... yes, all the ending quizzes. Going a bit heavy on the ending quizzes here. Shoe prints. Already covered that. Fingerprints? There. Found these Jordan almond fragments on the table in the smokehouse. Managed to recover Nessa's fingerprint. Fantastic, Nancy. You've placed Nessa in the smokehouse. I have those? Of course. Do you have anything else that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping? No, I don't think so. I'll just say no. Right, not. Moving on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before he's moved to the garment mine. Evidence. Yes. Evidence did you find? Fibers. Found rope fibers on the floor. I believe it was tied up and taken away later. Evidence we can gather can help to build a case against Nessa. How do you figure out he was taken to the mine? If you're not sure, just say no or pass. Symbol. Richards used jam from a cookie to draw a symbol on the wall. Symbol surrounded by a round red border. Red? It was raspberry jam. I smelled it. It smelled lovely. Symbol even resembled the cookies, which are called raspberry caves in English. And raspberry cave could be garnet mine. Exactly. Mr. Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived in Crimson. Said they've been deserted for years. It was the perfect place for them to hide him. Mr. Richards told us they were attempting to intimidate him into signing a forged copy of his own will. Do you have any knowledge that might back up his claim? Yeah. I saw it. What did you learn? Will? No. Fine, I guess not. Okay, moving on. Forrest Shaw's role Any evidence that could connect him to these crimes? Yes. What evidence? Button. Metal button, which I recovered. Observed Corvus wearing a striped vest with this exact type of button the same night. If you examine Corvus's clothing, we'll find the missing button. Took note of the missing button, and now we know what happened to it. Good piece of evidence. May I have it? Of course. Anything else? Yes. Shoe prints. Shoe prints on the jetty must have been formed when he stepped into the spilt whiskey. Suggests he was either present during the abduction or soon after, considering the scuff marks on the jetty. Mr. Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force. Terrific work, Nancy. Our investigation didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got there. Now we know that perhaps some forensic process will reveal them. Corvus's movements during that time are pretty clear. Very thorough of you. Every bit helps. I think that's all the information I have connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards. Okay, let's move on. Lesser crimes. They suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything that would help us build the case? Yes, maybe? What proof? None. Yeah. Yeah, none, because I just watched him do it. No. Moving on. Leffler, what can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him. So, that's an open shut case about the canal. I suspect he's involved in other illegal acts. Think you can attribute other criminal activities to him, yes or no? Yes. Please continue, what have you discovered? Telegram. Yes. Telegram? No? Yes. Fine. Bridge? There. Albert, Carl sabotaged the train bridge. Same strip of telegraph tape revealed his real name and next target. Alden Crimson. Found a stick of dynamite. Rolled there when he was packing. On the way to the lodge, Jack commented how heavy Carl's luggage was. Most of Carl's luggage was dedicated to hauling explosives, dynamites, and blasting caps. In fact, I found a tin of blasting caps that Carl left in the lodge, as well as a bullet. It's definitely up to no good. Outstanding. Well done. Gee, thanks. His fingerprint is on the tin of blasting caps. He's definitely handled them. Excellent work. May I have the tin? Yes. Hand the tin over. Carl knew to store the dynamite separately from the blasting caps. He probably had training with explosives, or at least prior knowledge. Almost certain if Rangers search the immediate area around the bridge, they'll find discarded luggage, possibly part of the same set with explosive residue. That's very helpful information. We originally suspected Leffler of the bridge sabotage, but hadn't thought to search for luggage that matches the set he was carrying when we arrested him. That would be very compelling evidence. Speaking of items, do you happen to have the telegraph? Yes, I do. Here you go. Thanks, Nancy. Do you have the bullet? Yes, I do. Here it is. Thanks, Nancy. If you have something else to tell me about Leffler, just say no. Or ask something else. And I'll ask something else. I don't think I have anything else. Right, not. Moving on. Just about wraps everything up, Nancy. Been helpful. I appreciate everything you've shared with me today. Got a keen eye and an even keener mind. Well done. Ah, gee, happy to help. Good night, Nancy. Good night. Okay. I think we're finally reaching the ending of the game. You head home after completing your interview and immediately set to work on your field report. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made. You leave out a few details, such as that there are diamonds in crimson. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impressed him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together, you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Your first publication, Nancy. A real feather in your cap, and it was all eyes. Weeks pass, soon you're immersed in your regular life. Become an expert on the filing system and even suggest some ways to improve it. Find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls, the rushing rivers of crimson. You wonder if you'll ever hear about how things are going up there. Until one day. There you are, Nancy. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. Start reading the newspaper. Largest article is about Nessa Crabbe. She's been charged with her brother's kidnapping and attempted fraud. The article mentions Nessa's alleged accomplice, Corvus Shaw, is being charged for his role in Evan's kidnapping, assault and attempted fraud. Relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. Figure no news is good news. No mention at all of Carl's attempted sabotage at the canal, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Had Albert succeeded, you shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's a relief, I suppose. And off she goes. Right. Can't forget the hat and coat. Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? We both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Yes, sir. You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine, and that Kimmy and her cormorants are safe and happy. Hey Nancy, another late night, eh? Got a bit of stew saved for you, kept it nice and warm on the stove. Thanks, Mrs. Williams. I have a feeling this might be a reference to a certain Roberta. Anyway, I'm starving. Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up. Be down in a bit. Okay, take your time. Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. She sits with you as the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighbourhood. Be grateful she rents your room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Mrs. Williams has washed the bowl, She waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs, lest you wake the other lodgers. Pretty sure her laundry is quite dry by now. Feels like she's been on her trip for like a week or longer. As you fall asleep, as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. Roll credits? Yet? No? You did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. Scored 16 out of 24 points. During your pre-departure ponderings. Performed satisfactory during an interview with the ranger. You could have been more helpful. Scored 11 out of 19 during your interview with Ranger Murdoch? Fine. Could have done better in your investigation and reporting of Margot's death. Well, I didn't know when to start reporting it, but oh well. You did your best. Scored 0 points out of 8 for your Margot investigation. Ouch. Carl Leffler was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge. Attempted sabotage of the canal, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death 12 years later of a heart attack. The canals were patrolled by Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to this vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important part in the Commonwealth war efforts, and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. So much text. That's one of the longest endings to a point-and-click game, and I've had some very long endings to point-and-click games. Well, it would be all the bird watching and like geology related stuff. Like, there was a bunch of information about the Mohs hardness scale or whatever it's called, and about how diamonds are a 10 and like porcelain plate is like a 6.5, maybe a 7. So there was a lot of that. Oh, and granite is like a 6 on the scale. So that. There was a lot of that sort of thing. Corvishaw was found guilty of being an accomplice in Evan's kidnapping. He was disbarred and served 3 years in a medium security prison. He became hardened by his prison experience and fell in with the wrong crowds. He spent the rest of his years in and out of correctional facilities for various white-collar crimes. Margot was laid to rest in Crimson's lushy overgrown cemetery, an informal service attended by Evan, Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy. You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder. At least Margot's at rest where she was loved. Kimmy stayed on at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, where she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's nesting season every summer. Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it, after Evan legally transferred the lodge and lands to Nathan Cardinal and his family. When Jack became old and creaky, Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal and Evan Richards arranged the transfer of the lodge and lands to the Cardinal family, effective immediately. Considering recent events, they agreed it was a good idea. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crabbe was found guilty of the attempted murder of Evan, kidnapping, and attempted fraud. She served a few years in the newly constructed northwest wing of the Kingston Penitentiary. I feel like she got off too lightly. Bothers you she didn't face justice for Margot's murder, but you didn't have enough evidence against her. Yes, I did. I just thought I'd be able to hand it in at some point, and I wasn't. Anyway. Evan Richards lived the rest of his days in his beloved lodge. Nessa was found guilty of kidnapping and attempted fraud and served. Yeah, I already read that. Bothers you she didn't face. Yeah, I already read that, which most likely would have put her away for good. Nessa was poised to start legal battles with her brother over the land and lodge once she was released from prison, but she died suddenly when she choked on a fish bone in a downtown restaurant. Upon Evan's death, he was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Nessa's body was buried in Toronto, which is exactly what she wanted. Everyone was satisfied with that outcome. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted into the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempt at the canals. He says you're a natural detective and that he hopes your paths will cross again one day. Thanks for playing. Finally. That was such a long ending. Oh boy. It was definitely a fun game, but that ending was a bit exhausting. I feel the ending on its own lasted like an hour? Maybe longer? I don't know. I have lost track. I didn't expect this long of an ending. Yeah, that was a very extensive ending. I mean, I guess it was based on how the Laura Bow games have ridiculously long endings, but I think this one takes the cake. Because this was a very, very, very extensive ending. So, yeah. Maybe it was just on purpose to try and make the ending ridiculously long. I don't know. But yes. But it was definitely a fun game. I'd say the puzzles turned out really well. So, they weren't exactly moon logic. Yeah, there were a bunch of different investigations going on. I feel like the investigation about Margot's death was a bit weirdly. Like, it was done weirdly. Like, I figured I would have been able to tell him at the interview at the end, but no. And since I'd already heard that he was just there to, like, fake an investigation into the murder, I figured that it didn't really make sense to try and tell him about it, but I guess I should have. Anyway. Well, in general, making a game and the game becoming decently popular, you're gonna earn money from that. But that's kind of the thing about having a job. So, yes. Game developers making money from games is a good thing. So I approve. And making a game like this, that would take a long time. So just imagine the work hours that were put into this game, especially all the art. Making pixel art and making it well takes a while. Like, she also made the fonts, if I read it right, at the start of the credits. So that sort of stuff really, like, it takes a while. Even just making fonts can be its own job. So, yeah. Like, if you think of, needing to get paid for the work you're doing while you're doing it, because presumably that's how you have the time to do the work, is by having patrons to help support you while you dedicate a lot of time on this. So, like, I think development for this game took a long time. So, yeah. Because the thing is, like, as far as I know, a lot of this, it was drawn by her, I think? I'm not sure if there were any other artists involved, but yeah. The pixel art takes a while. I mean, I might be especially slow, but, like, even just making the pixel art for my channel took me months. And this is an entire game's worth of pixel art. So, and it's very detailed pixel art as well. So, yeah. Point being, I appreciate the amount of work that went into this. It would take many, many, many years to create anywhere close to this much pixel art. So, yeah. Doing this as one person is, I don't know how. But, yeah. I also really liked the different fonts. Also the, different chapter intro fonts. They were very extravagant and fun. So, yeah, just wanted to point those out. But yeah, there are plenty of other, adventure games, point-and-click games, even some text parser games that I haven't played yet. That are more recent. I know of at least one game that looks kinda similar to Space Quest, so I might play that one at some point. I think that one was released like a few years ago by now, but maybe even last year or the year before that. Not 100% sure. Not pixel art, but a form of vector art. Well, the thing is, pixel art in a way is vector art because you can scale it up. The thing about vector art is, like, you could blow it up to any size you want, and you can do that with pixel art. So, I'd say it's still pixel art, but, yeah. Opinions may differ on, like, what the definition is. But I'd say these days it is pixel art. Maybe back when the technology was new, it was not considered pixel art. Because that was just the resolution stuff was at. So, anyhow. But, yeah, I wouldn't be aware of this not being possible in pixel art. So, can't be drawn with other programs. Why not? You can just draw it pixel by pixel. So, I personally use Sprite. So, yeah, you can draw whatever you want. You can do animations. So, yeah, with modern pixel art software, like, I could make this. Especially if you combine Sprite with, like, a different image editor. Yeah, it's possible. I made all of this in Sprite. Like, everything other than the game, obviously. I didn't make the game. But, yeah, my channel art, I made all of that. So, yeah, you can just draw it pixel by pixel. It just takes a long time. Anyhow. Been talking for close to 8.5 hours. So, my voice is tired, but luckily I only stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So, I'll just be very quiet tomorrow. And avoid any form of conversation, potentially. If anyone calls me on the phone, I'll just have to hang up on them. I'll be fine. But, yeah, I do need to rest my voice. So, let's see. I do think I might have an idea who we're going to be raiding. So, that's that. And in the meantime, you can follow my YouTube channel and, well, subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's called something different. It's the same thing as following on Twitch. Anyhow, over there, I'll have this entire playthrough up. So this one, today's one, will go up there on Monday. And you can also find my playthroughs of Gabriel Knight, the Laura Bow series, the first Nancy Drew game, a bunch of different games, like different Sierra series as well, Police Quest, King's Quest, Space Quest, Quest for Glory, even Leisure Suit Larry. So if you want to see more of this, it's available. But, yeah. That's going to be all for today. And, yeah. Thanks for watching. Next week, I'll be starting, I believe it's Chrono Trigger. I'll just check real quick so I don't make any wrong claims about that. Yes, Chrono Trigger. So, starting that next Thursday. And, yeah, I will see you guys on Tuesday. Bye!